Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda.
In 1871, laws imposed in India legalized the criminalization of Hindu people through the Criminal Tribes Act. This formally delineated groups of Hindus so they could be violated without any legal recourse or protection. The act specifically named sadhus as a group that should not be trusted. Hindu people were prevented from cultivating land, traveling, and following their ancient spiritual worship. Out of no wrongdoing of their own, more than 200 sections of Hinduism were earmarked for discrimination, branding them criminal by birth. The intergenerational destruction of this oppression has deeply wounded Hindu sentiment among their own communities through to today. Indeed, the Hindu civilization is yet to recover from the imposed violence of several centuries. Last month in Palghar, Maharashtra, two Mahants of Juna Akara, Sri Kalpaviksh Giri Maharaj and Sri Sushil Giri Maharaj, as well as devotee Nilesh Chalgan, were murdered via attack mob near midnight, where more than 300 people had gathered on the street for hours, along with dozens of police and riot gear, before the lynching was executed during COVID-19 lockdown. General media branded the two Mahants as thieves and almost did not report on the story at all until forced to do so days later. The Mahants of Juna Akara were publicly murdered and branded as thieves by media discourse. It in no way justifies the act and shows the tactic to brush aside the lives of Hindu leaders killed. It is a pattern of guiding public reaction to be desensitized to the violence against Hindus and also get used to the idea that it simply happens again and again and is just sort of normal that Hindus will be brutally killed from time to time. This pattern of guiding public reaction was similarly used by Aurangzeb as Guru Tegh Bahadur and disciples were tortured and publicly killed. Two people, including a well-known Mahant, were both murdered inside an ashram in Nanded, Maharashtra. Shivacharya Nirvana Rudra Pushpatinath Maharaj and Bhagavan Shind were killed inside the living quarters of the ashram premises. Shivacharya Nirvana Rudra Pushpatinath Maharaj, who had been involved in development work in the area for a long time, was killed inside his living quarters at night, while the assailant attempted to flee and take the body of the Mahant with him. Although Kanyakumari has traditionally been a very devout South Indian Hindu community, it has seen intense conversion activities transform the region to now being home to a Christian majority, a fact that comes as a shock to many. Joshua Project, Lausanne Movement, Project Thessalonica, World Vision, and Water for Life are a few of the organizations self-identifying as charity or philanthropic, but have a brutal destroying impact upon converting and keeping down Hindu communities in India. It's a sad result, but nonetheless consistent and expected. Nagaland and Meghalaya are other regions in India where conversions have had an unbelievably shocking impact. The just a few generations ago Hindu regions are now more than 90% and 75% Christian. More than 90% in Nagaland. All the Hindus converted, all of them. Soon to be in Meghalaya as well, every single Hindu living solution-based and non-violent lifestyle completely eradicated. Under judicial interpretation of the Indian Constitution, freedom of religion has meant freedom to convert Hindus, as traditional Hindu civilization has no doctrine for converting others, but rather gives all knowledge of conscious expansion and cohabitating peacefully with others regardless of which god they follow. Hindus have recognized infinite deities, more than 330 million, so they can easily incorporate and enrich a few more. In 1871, laws imposed in India legalized the criminalization of Hindu people through the Criminal Tribes Act. This formally delineated groups of Hindus so they could be violated without any legal recourse or protection. The act specifically named sadhus as a group that should not be trusted. Hindu people were prevented from cultivating land, traveling, and following their ancient spiritual worship. Out of no wrongdoing of their own, more than 200 sections of Hinduism were earmarked for discrimination, branding them criminal by birth. The intergenerational destruction of this oppression has deeply wounded Hindu sentiment among their own communities through to today. Indeed, the Hindu civilization is yet to recover from the imposed violence of several centuries. Last month in Palghar, Maharashtra, two Mahants of Juna Akara, Sri Kalpaviksh Giri Maharaj and Sri Sushil Giri Maharaj, as well as devotee Nilesh Chalgan, were murdered via attack mob near midnight, where more than 300 people had gathered on the street for hours, along with dozens of police and riot gear, before the lynching was executed during COVID-19 lockdown. General media branded the two Mahants as thieves and almost did not report on the story at all until forced to do so days later. The Mahants of Juna Akara were publicly murdered and branded as thieves by media discourse. It in no way justifies the act and shows the tactic to brush aside the lives of Hindu leaders killed. It is a pattern of guiding public reaction to be desensitized to the violence against Hindus and also get used to the idea that it simply happens again and again and is just sort of normal that Hindus will be brutally killed from time to time. This pattern of guiding public reaction was similarly used by Aurangzeb as Guru Tegh Bahadur and disciples were tortured and publicly killed. Two people, including a well-known Mahant, were both murdered inside an ashram in Nanded, Maharashtra. Shivacharya Nirvana Rudra Pushpatinath Maharaj and Bhagavan Shind were killed inside the living quarters of the ashram premises. Shivacharya Nirvana Rudra Pushpatinath Maharaj, who had been involved in development work in the area for a long time, was killed inside his living quarters at night, while the assailant attempted to flee and take the body of the Mahant with him. Although Kanyakumari has traditionally been a very devout South Indian Hindu community, it has seen intense conversion activities transform the region to now being home to a Christian majority, a fact that comes as a shock to many. Joshua Project, Lausanne Movement, Project Thessalonica, World Vision, and Water for Life are a few of the organizations self-identifying as charity or philanthropic, but have a brutal destroying impact upon converting and keeping down Hindu communities in India. It's a sad result, but nonetheless consistent and expected. Nagaland and Meghalaya are other regions in India where conversions have had an unbelievably shocking impact. The just a few generations ago Hindu regions are now more than 90% and 75% Christian, more than 90% in Nagaland. All the Hindus converted, all of them. Soon to be in Meghalaya as well, every single Hindu living solution-based and non-violent lifestyle completely eradicated. Under judicial interpretation of the Indian Constitution, freedom of religion has meant freedom to convert Hindus, as traditional Hindu civilization has no doctrine for converting others, but rather gives all knowledge of conscious expansion and cohabitating peacefully with others, regardless of which god they follow. Hindus have recognized infinite deities, more than 330 million, so they can easily incorporate and enrich a few more.
Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam.
whatever you think as your strength, like how much cash you have, how much gold you have, how much money you have in the bank, what all properties you have, your secret passwords, passcodes, your strength secrets, you will tell only to your son or your daughter to whom you are going to give your inheritance. Same way, most important powerful secrets Paramashiva has given to his son Muruga, Subramanya, in Agama called Sarvanyanottara. All the powerful secrets the father will tell only to his son. It is too secret. I am going to open that Agama and give all the essence of all those secrets. Secrets of Charyapada lifestyle, secrets of Kriyapada, secrets of Yogapada, and secrets of Jnanapada. I will make you all feel you are 16, not just physically, even mentally. You will all be romancing with the whole universe. No frustration, nothing, no corona, no depression, no bothering about economy, no sudu, no soranai, nothing. Next 16 days, no fantasy, only visualization, no delusion, only consciousness. Whatever you think,
Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिम् द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतम् भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि।
Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्याधिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. We welcome each and every one of you, all the viewers who are watching us today, by paying our humble obeisance, pranam at the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Today, we welcome each and every one of you who have joined us today from various different time zones, various different regions around the world. For some of you, it is a very good morning. You're just waking up and getting ready, starting your day by tuning in to the Nithya Satsang. For many of you, it may be just amidst your work, just amidst your day, in the middle of your day. For many of you, just before you go to bed. And I do know for many of you, maybe in the midnight, when you still take the time off to tune in to Nithyananda TV and to listen to the sacred divine truths that His Divine Holiness shares with us each and every day. Swamiji, in his own words, says so beautifully that the Nithya Satsang is just like the mother who wakes you up every day, relentlessly, tirelessly, continuously making sure that you wake up to your day. Similarly, Swamiji makes sure that you wake up to your higher possibility, your higher reality, your real purpose each and every day. That reminder, he himself is for us every day through this Nithya Satsang. So I welcome each and every one of you who have joined us on this journey today while we prepare ourselves to receive the truths during the Nithya Satsang. Today, we will be speaking about listening to, immersing ourselves in the Leela Dhyana, remembering His divine Leelas, remembering and relishing and enjoying Swamiji, His Divine Holiness, through the bhava, through the form of Bhagavan Shri Krishna. For those of you who may not know, each and every day during the Paramashivoham program, Paramashivoham Level 2 program, His Divine Holiness has been making himself available in various different bhavas, the various different forms and embodiments of various different deities, so that we can connect through our Ishtanishta. We can connect to our favorite deity, our favorite form, and enjoy that aspect through the Guru. Like we say, Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa. Swamiji is, after all, the embodiment of all gods and goddesses. And each and every day we get to enjoy his form in each and every one deity. And today is the day where we get to learn, enjoy, and immerse ourselves in the Leela Dhyana of Bhagavan Sri Krishna and have the darshan of Swamiji himself as Sri Krishna. I know the minute I say Sri Krishna, Bhagavan Sri Krishna, each and every one of us have that smile on our face which is filled with shyness, with so much joy, so much slyness, because that is been the life of Sri Krishna. Although we have just heard about his stories, heard about his leelas, the very life of Sri Krishna is so beautiful and so favorite to each and every one of us. He touches each and every one of us at our own level, at our own understanding. For a child, just the very form of Sri Krishna, just his peacock feather, all his leelas of stealing butter, him playing the flute, that captures him. For somebody really old, preparing for his graceful exit, is immersed in the Gita, in all the sacred truths revealed by Bhagavan Sri Krishna in the Gita. For whoever, you may be a politician, you may be as a householder, whoever you may be, Sri Krishna is an ideal for each and every one of us. So, as we dive into the world of Sri Krishna and Swamiji's Leelas with Sri Krishna, today let us first understand who really Sri Krishna is. For those of you, many of you joining us, maybe do not have a Hindu background, a Hindu brought up. And for you, we are here to share a little more about who Bhagavan Sri Krishna is. And for this, I have one of the sannyasinis of the Nithyananda order, Ma Nithyananda Swami, who has joined us today to share with us her experiences with Swamiji and to first take us through what she has to tell us about Bhagavan Sri Krishna.
Nithyanandam, let me start with a prayer of Bhagavan Sri Krishna. Vasudeva Sutam Devam Kamsa Chanuramardhanam Devaki Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagatgurum. Sri Krishna, the most beautiful, ever youthful, with his enchanting presence, he lived on the planet Earth 125 years, a few thousand years ago. But he still lives in everyone's heart for those who hear about him. Bhagavan Sri Krishna is the only Purnavatar ever happened on this planet Earth. Krishna is the first incarnation demonstrated the concept of Leela on the planet Earth. He is the first incarnation who was given enlightenment experience based on science of living, not science of leaving. He brought in the science of completion to mankind. The first incarnation who demonstrated that life can be lived from the space of completion. Life can be loved from the space of joy. Krishna is the embodiment of joy, embodiment of bliss, embodiment of the life itself. Among the polluted politicians, he is the embodiment of purity. Never ever he moved into the space of incompletion. Krishna radiates knowledge, love, romance, intelligence, strategy planning. Only he can be called as the Purnavatar, a perfect personification of divinity's impression upon mankind, collective consciousness. He re-educating the world about devotion and dharma as well as the ultimate reality. The power of his presence and amount of suffering, the opposition he has to go through due to his pure love, his pure energy, and his pure intelligence. Even after that, he created his own kingdom, Dwaraka. He had to face so much. But Krishna, the sacrifice he had done to establish Dharma, the way he lived Dharma and protected Dharma, unimaginable. In his Swamiji's own words, when I start trying to talk about Krishna, I'm stuck because which dimension can I speak? You can't speak about any dimension because he's so whole. I can see whenever you try to describe any one dimension, the words look so futile. His Ananta Akshaya Gunas, meaning infinite, never endless qualities. His innumerable spiritual energies or the spiritual qualities is never ending. The whole Hindu consciousness and largest worshipped man, the largest worshipped incarnation on the planet Earth is Krishna.
Sharing. Bhagavan Sri Krishna has been the only Purna Avatara, who has demonstrated, has exhibited each and every aspect of being an avatar, each and every dimension of being an avatar. And after Bhagavan Sri Krishna, we are all so fortunate to be living at the same time during the incarnation of our beloved Swamiji, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, who again has shown us, has exhibited every single dimension of a Purna Avatar, every single aspect of a Purna Avatara, whether it is all the miracles, all the powers that he exhibits, the knowledge, the jnana that he gives each and every one of us, the experience itself that he gives each and every one of us. We are all so fortunate that when we practice the Leela Dhyana, remembering the divine Leelas of the God, of the Guru, it is not just a story that we've heard, something we have picturized for ourselves in our mind, something that we've seen maybe in the movies. It's something that we have so really experienced in our own very life. So today, in this pre-satsang segment, we are the only group, we are the only community who not just can speak and reminisce about the divine Leelas of Bhagavan Sri Krishna, but also enjoy the divine Leelas of our own beloved Swamiji, His Divine Holiness himself. And in some way or the other, each and every one of us have been a part of that Leela. For us, these Leelas are much more real than anything because we have seen our Bhagavan Sri Krishna in the form of Swamiji, living, talking, walking, as alive and real as it can ever be. So today, to start off, I would like to take you all through one of the major incidents of the Avatar Leelas. I cannot say incident, I must say happening. Each and every incident of the Avatar's life is only a happening. And one of the happenings of the Avatar Leela, the life of the Avatar, during his Parivrajaka, when he narrates himself a beautiful incident with Bhagavan Sri Krishna. This incident is when Swamiji, His Divine Holiness, was performing his Parivrajaka, the penance, the practice where you leave home and walk on foot doing the spiritual practice, moving from place to place, Bhagavan himself performed the Parivrajaka, the Leela of Parivrajaka, walking the length and breadth of India. And during this time, when he came to Somnath, and Swamiji had the opportunity of staying in the house of an old lady who was a very devout devotee of Bhagavan Sri Krishna. So that lady was really happy, so delighted that Swamiji had agreed to stay at her place just for a few days as he was passing by Somnath. And she served him, she fed him food, she gave him shelter, and really took care of him so well. And during this whole time, something that Swamiji got to notice as a very integral part of the life of that old lady was her very casual, intimate, deep connection with Bhagavan Sri Krishna. She had a deity of Sri Krishna in her house, and she would so casually converse with him every day, whether it was the food that she was offering, whether it was putting him to bed, whether it was her problems, everything. She would just go talk it out to Sri Krishna. And one day came when Bhagwan Swamiji had to take leave of this old lady, and because he was a sadhu, he cannot stay in one place for many days. He has to move on. He cannot stay in one place for a long time. He cannot build attachment to anything as per the lifestyle of Parivrajaka. And so he had to move on, but this lady was very insistent that Swamiji should not leave her. She had fallen in love so much with Swamiji, just by his very presence, his very aura. And so this lady goes even now to Sri Krishna and starts asking her Krishna deity to convince Swamiji. And this is when Swamiji does not understand. So how can Krishna convince Swamiji? And for the rest of the story, for the real climax of the story, I believe that nobody better than Swamiji himself can tell us, and there is nobody better, we can hear from nobody else other than Swamiji himself about what followed in this story. So now we will be taking you through Swamiji himself explaining and narrating this story to us. I request you all to stay tuned and watch the video intently while we capture the experience that Swamiji speaks about.
When I was 19 or 20, that was the time when I was wandering, walked length and breadth of India. This incident happened before my enlightenment. I'm just trying to find right words to narrate that whole incident because it's such a amazing, inspiring incident. Sometimes there will be traffic jam in my throat. Too many words want to come out. So I tell them, relax, relax. I was staying in an old lady's house, very old lady. She was living alone, maybe 80 or something. She was having one cow and a small house. From that cow, every day she'll get the milk and make curd and buttermilk out of it. She'll go to that whole village. Village means few streets. She'll go around that few streets and sell that curd and buttermilk. Come back in the night with some sweets or food. She'll come back and she had a small Krishna's murti. Krishna statue, small statue of Krishna. She will put all those things in front of that Krishna's Murti and speak to him. She will speak to him. Oh Krishna, please eat. Today I got only this much. Please eat. She will spend some time speaking. And then later on she will eat and sleep. First few days I thought, oh, she is just, because of her devotion, she is talking okay. So I was in that same attitude that, okay, good devotee, anyhow she gives food for me, that's all. So why to interfere unnecessarily in her lifestyle? Every day, same routine. She will go to the nearby streets and sell that buttermilk or milk or whatever, curd, and evening she will come back with some sweets and candy and some food for that Krishna and for her, for me also. After 10 days, usually I don't stay more than a week or 10 days in any village. I said, all right, now I am going for my pilgrimage, because I was going towards a big Shiva temple called Somnath. She started crying. She said, no, Baba, don't go. Baba means father. Don't think I'll ask you to work. I'll give you food every day. Why do you want to leave me and go? I feel so happy that Krishna himself has come in your farm into my house, and please stay. I told, no, I'm not unhappy with you, but I'm a sadhu. I'm a sannyasi. I should supposed to travel. I can't stay in one place, and I have to go for my pilgrimage. She started telling, no, don't go, 2-3 words. When she understood that she can't convince me, she went and sat in front of Krishna and started crying. Krishna, tell him not to go. Why don't you convince him? Tell him not to go. Why he is leaving? I did not do any mistake. I feel that you yourself came in the form of a sadhu and you are staying with me and blessing me. And she started crying. Now I felt it is too much. See, as long as she talks to Krishna, I have no problem. But now bringing me also. I went near her and started giving my own philosophical advice. God is formless. Your bhakti is okay, but you should not get attached so much with me and all. Even with me you can't get so much attached. You should not. I am a sadhu. And what are you talking to Krishna? You can worship, you can develop your bhakti, okay, but you think that he will convince me. And not only she was talking to Krishna, she herself is telling the answer. Oh, Krishna, you are telling you should go. He is a sadhu, you should not stay with me. All right, if you say okay. She is talking for herself and talking for Krishna. She is talking as if she is listening the reply from Krishna. Now I said, it is too much. This is too much. And I went near her and told, Arey, what are you doing? You think that he is talking to you? And she very casually, very innocent lady, very casually, she just held my hand and said, Baba, don't you see, he is sitting there. And she held my hand. I promise I saw Krishna there. He was there, sitting as a young boy with a blue body, whatever way we describe, he was there, just sitting and smiling. Logic can't understand, logic can't explain, but I promise I saw him. He was there. He was there. When she left the hand, again I saw only the statue. The form has disappeared. When she held my hand, just for a few moments, I saw he was there, sitting. Not as a hallucination, no. I saw him much more clearly, deeply than I am seeing you. He was there. Just I fell at her feet and told her, please don't call me as Baba. You are mother. You are 1,000 times more than any sadhu, any sannyasi. All my ego, intellectual ideologies, the intellectual personality, the logical personality simply fell at her feet. She was shocked. She said, Baba, you are a sadhu, you should not touch my feet. It's sin for me. I said, I may be wearing this cloth, but you are 1,000 times greater than any sadhu, any logical person, any intellectual person. If you can open up so much, the statue can become alive. And if you can transmit that experience to somebody just by holding the hand, this is what I call initiation. You are my guru. I told her, no guru can give me darshan or experience just by touching. They can only give mantra. You gave me darshan, you are my guru. Just I fell at her feet. She was shocked. But let me be very clear. I understood the power of opening up, the power of trusting in that incident. That taught me how the power of opening up can transform your being. Nothing else can transform you. No learning, no teaching. Nahi nahi rakshadi tukrun. First time I understood all my studies, because I had a big pride that just by studying, just by reading all and having this knowledge, you can achieve something. No. No. When I had my darshan through a old lady, her whole wealth is not more than $1,000. Her whole wealth, her house, cow, everything, clothes, everything if you put together and sell, it will not be more than $1,000. That's our whole worth. That is her property, life and everything. But the quality of life she is living, I can't explain. Living with God. Understand? She is living with God. I was shocked. I was shocked. Just I fell at her feet and did complete namaskar. She was frightened because a sadhu touching her feet, she never expected. I said, you are my guru, you are my master, because not only I have not achieved the spiritual truths which you achieved, the height, not only you achieved, you are able to transmit to somebody just by a touch, just by one touch, she is able to give that experience. She has become a big inspiration source for me.
So beautifully, so humbly, Bhagwan himself, Swamiji shares one incident during his Parivrajaka where he says that this old lady literally became his guru just because she was able to give him the very experience. What else is Bhagwan doing to each and every one of us today? Being miles, millions of miles away from each one of us, just by sitting at the comfort of our homes, Swamiji is able to transmit literally the experience right at our doorstep. So, going on, the various leelas, the various expressions of Bhagwan Shri Krishna that Swamiji radiated. Swamiji continued sorry for that, Swamiji continued to give various different satsang discourses and insight into the Bhagavad Gita. I must say, we can never call what His Divine Holiness has spoken about the Bhagavad Gita just as a commentary. It is not just a third person speaking about what Bhagavan Sri Krishna spoke, not about just giving his opinion, but literally demystifying, decoding what really Bhagavan Sri Krishna wanted to tell each one of us through each and every verse of the Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavan Sri Krishna himself in the Bhagavad Gita promises that he himself will incarnate in every yuga, yuga after yuga, to guide each and every one of us, to guide all the seekers. And that is exactly what he did through Swamiji, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. He decoded, demystified, and taught us the real Gita that he wanted to tell us. Paritranaya sadhunam vinashaya cha dushkritam dharma samsthapanarthaya sambhavami yuge yuge is the very words of Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And each one of us can't be more fortunate to exactly have come down at the time when we have the very incarnation of Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam to decode to each one of us those satsangs, those truths from the Bhagavad Gita. Each and every satsang is a gem in itself. I cannot put it in words as to how much Swamiji has transmitted and what he has contributed through the Bhagavad Gita satsang. And hence I have with me Ma Dayamai Swami to join me and support me to maybe try and make the world understand the huge contribution of Swamiji through the Bhagavad Gita satsang.
Yes. Mahabharata, literally meaning the great Bharata. Mahabharata is grand narration about the nation and civilization, which is now known as India. Mahabharata is the longest epic poem till date. It is a tale of war between cousins, the Kauravas clan and the Pandavas clan, and ultimately between dharmic and adharmic, righteousness and unrighteousness, civilizations. The true story of this perfectly recorded epic is about two clans, Kauravas and Pandavas, closely related to one another. Gita appears to the heart of Mahabharata as the ultimate practical teaching on the inner science of spirituality that expresses outer victory and success in life and now and after. Sri Krishna's dialogue with Arjuna on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, out of his utmost concern and love for him and humanity, is the content of Bhagavad Gita. The essence of the whole Bhagavad Gita is the master awakening the responsibility in the disciple. Our dear beloved Swamiji first spoke on Bhagavad Gita in the public forum in September 2005 in Los Angeles, Malibu Temple. I was one of the fortunate and blessed to attend those 18 days of series of satsangs and 18 chapters of Bhagavad Gita. Actually, Swamiji, all felt Swamiji retold the Bhagavad Gita. Krishna himself reincarnated as Swamiji and retold. It was so crystal clear way that the people who attended commented that I have been studying Gita for 30 years. But now I understand clearly what Bhagavan Krishna's message. Swamiji also spoke on Mahabharata, the war between the Kauravas and Pandavas, which actually represents our negative and positive thought patterns. And the Bhagavad Gita, in a very revolutionary way, we can understand Bhagavad Gita as a personification of our human life with all its complexity. The characters in Mahabharata represents different patterns in us. Very unique angle of presenting the Bhagavad Gita only an incarnation like Swamiji can deliver. For example, the whole war is, the whole Mahabharata represents we, each one of us. The thoughts between us, the positive thoughts and negative thoughts, represents the Kauravas, the negative thought patterns, and the Pandavas, the positive thought patterns. And Arjuna represents our individual soul, and Guru, the Krishna, is our Guru. So, each character represents our patterns. Like, for example, Dhritarashtra, the father of the Kauravas, represents the negative thought patterns, is embodiment of self-doubt. So it was so crystal clear, the way is the revolutionary way, the unique angle that Swamiji presented. The whole Mahabharata is happening inside of us. So the books, Swamiji has spoken many times on Bhagavad Gita. The books have been published, as Jaya mentioned, the Bhagavad Gita, each individual chapters, and also the Bhagavad Gita decoded, Bhagavad Gita demystified, and also in other languages. Many of the copies have been freely distributed, especially in Tamil. Thousands of copies have been distributed since then.
And Ma is saying I could remember those satsang, especially when Swamiji explained the Mahabharata so beautifully as our own life and our own patterns, and how Krishna is nothing but our Guru, nobody else but our Guru. And each and every character is nothing but one pattern of ours. And I remember it is not just once, but at various different intervals, every time I listened to that Mahabharata satsang, it only gave me a different level click. The same satsang, the very same satsang that Swamiji gave, at every different point in life, I must say that these satsangs have really helped me to look in and identify those patterns and really make that transformation happen. For various different characters, let's say Bhishma, Swamiji said, was the parental conditioning. Drona was your Acharya who can take you definitely to a certain level in your spiritual life, but cannot give you that ultimate experience. How each and every pattern that you have, some may be good patterns, some may be bad patterns, like say even the parental conditioning and Dronacharya, they all may be really good characters. But at one level, it is important for you to choose the Guru over everything else, to choose to be on Krishna's side. And maybe Ma Dayami Swami can also share with us some of your personal clicks, your personal takeaways from Swamiji's Bhagavad Gita satsang, so that our audience can relate better also. So, and we can make it, you can just casually share with us one takeaway that you had from the Bhagavad Gita satsang. Do you have anything that you can share with us?
Yes, Ma. So as I attended the first talks on Swamiji's talks in Bhagavad Gita, see, before I met Swamiji, I tried to read Gita a few times, but I really could not understand anything of it. Really could not understand. But after I attended the satsangs and many times, and especially after Swamiji spoke on this revolutionary concepts of Bhagavad Gita is nothing but we, the inside, the positive thought currents and the negative thought currents, and each way the Swamiji, how the attachment to our parents, how the attachment to our kith and kin, and he took us to the way he explained it got so much of understanding, and I was able to clearly see where I'm stuck. And definitely there's a lot of transformation in me and through that Bhagavad Gita talks from Swamiji.
You who may not have yet seen those Bhagavad Gita satsangs and you're really curious about what is that each one of us are talking about, you can just go onto YouTube. Swamiji has made each and every satsang available to each one of us. So you can go onto YouTube and search for Mahabharata satsangs by Swamiji and enrich yourself with what Swamiji has revealed to all of us in those satsangs. One thing that we see from Bhagavan Shri Krishna's life is, as much as today, of course, we feminicize, we enjoy, we worship Bhagavan Shri Krishna, but during the very life of Shri Krishna, he had to face not just one, multiple times various attacks. He had to face the wrath of different kings, different people, and continues through all of that to fulfill his mission that he came down to take us all to the next level of consciousness. And even today, in fact, we see many people who maybe even in fact blame Bhagavan Shri Krishna for being the cause of the very Kurukshetra war. Shri Krishna is still sometimes a controversy for many of us who try to analyze his life, who try to say whether he is right or wrong. And through all that, Bhagavan Shri Krishna's each and every action was only out of his deep compassion, out of his deep tyaga, doing tyaga of everything, even in fact his very name, his very reputation, that maybe the world in the future might continue to talk about. But he did that tyaga just so that he can continue to contribute to fulfill his mission. Having seen the story of Bhagavan Shri Krishna, of course, any incarnation, any avatar knows what he would have to go through, especially in today's yuga of being the Kali Yuga, where so much more negativity, so much more people of vested interest, so much more people driven by fear and greed. Of course, Swamiji knew what he was going to face from the society, from the ignorant people, from the people holding so much of violence within them unconsciously. He definitely knew about all the attacks, all the hurdles that he would have to face in his mission of giving the humanity the superconscious breakthrough. And despite all of that, he decided to come down out of his immense compassion, immense tyaga, each and every one of us the superconscious breakthrough. We have seen many times when Bhagavan Shri Krishna also had to face some attack, assassinations on himself. And at certain instances, we have the evidence where Bhagavan Shri Krishna chose not to respond and to maybe what seems like all of us to run away from the situation. Today, the devotees of Shri Krishna celebrate even that aspect of Bhagavan Shri Krishna by calling him the Ranchhod or the Ranchhod. In Hindi, this word Ranchhod refers to somebody who has run away, escaped from the battlefield. The Ran of Bhumi, what we speak about, is the battlefield, and Chod is somebody who went away from the battlefield, which literally means that Krishna ran away from the battlefield. For somebody being a Kshatriya, this is definitely a point of mockery. But Krishna did not stop for that. He did the tyaga of his very reputation that was not just for his generation but for generations together, who is going to speak about him, who is going to discuss about his actions. But he was the ultimate strategist, and this was his ultimate strategy of non-violent response. We see that Swamiji himself has again personified ultimate compassion, intyaga, and ultimate non-violence through Swamiji's non-violent response to each and every attack, relentless persecution that he has been facing for the past 20 years. I would now like to guide all of us into a video where we hear from Swamiji himself the science behind this ultimate strategy that Bhagwan Sri Krishna himself employs, and Swamiji himself continues to show us this wonderful strategy. This strategy of not indulging in the war, the strategy of not getting down into the fight, because after all, Swamiji is Paramashiva himself, and he understands the ignorance out of which each and all of these so-called anti-Hindu elements, anti-Guru elements are functioning from. And Swamiji says when you completely understand the enemy, you can just make them redundant. Those of us who get agitated, who react to what they say, to their abuses, that is exactly what the enemy is trying to do. It's trying to get out of you. And that is to make you powerless at the end of the day. And the minute they've made you agitated, they've made you react to that, they have succeeded. But to Swamiji, he just knows the bigger picture. He knows very clearly who he is. And that's why nothing that anybody says can ever shake Swamiji. And he is very clear about the mission that Swamiji has come down to fulfill. Swamiji says beautifully in his own words, Swamiji is too busy in enriching and loving and sharing his love with the people who love him than to sit and hate the people who are hating him. It seems like a very simple statement, so casually made by Swamiji. But if you go back and look into the details, the gory details of the persecution that Swamiji has faced, literally risking his very own life, multiple times facing assassination attempts, multiple of his adinams that he built with his own sweat and blood being destroyed, so many of his own very children, his sannyasi abuse, everything, despite everything, Swamiji shows us as the ultimate example of Ahimsa, of non-violence, through his non-violent response, continuing to contribute back to the very same society due to which he faced the persecution. He is back here to contribute to each and every one of us. So, while we learn about this ultimate strategy of Ahimsa, let us hear from Swamiji himself about Ahimsa being the ultimate strategy for responding to any kind of holocaust, any kind of persecution, any kind of attack.
Understand? All conflict, all war, all fights are life negative. Even the person who wins the war would have wasted his whole life by the time he wins the war. That is the reason I withdrew myself from this war. They were trying to drag me, understand? The anti-Hindu mafia, anti-Hindu terrorists, and anti-Guru Hindu mafia. The anti-Hindu terrorists and anti-Guru Hindu mafia. Both gangs were trying to drag me into their fight. They were forcing war on me through assassination attempts, lawfare, through multiple ways. They were forcing war on me. Understand? Even if I win the war in the end, my life would have been a big failure. Because by the time I win the war, I would have wasted my life. By Paramashiva's grace, I had the clear intelligence, and Kalabhairava protected and protecting me. Because of Paramashiva's grace and Kalabhairava's protection, I withdrew myself from this war and started doing the real work I am supposed to do. I tell you, Ahimsa paramo dharmaha, non-violence is ultimate law of life, dharma. I add one more line, Ahimsa paramo buddhihi yuktihi shaktihi muktihi. Non-violence is ultimate bhakti, yukti, bhukti, mukti means non-violence is ultimate strategy, intelligence, devotion, and ultimately liberation. I tell you, do not be deluded by your manliness. You will waste your whole life in fights and wars, which is forced on you. Only in the end of the war, whether you lose or win, you will realize you lost your life. All my disciples use this as a strategy when we are building Kailasa, when we are manifesting Kailasa all over the world. No conflicts, no wars. That is not going to work out for us. The absolute peace is the fundamental condition for enlightenment ecosystem to manifest. That is why Paramashiva withdrew from human society. Even though he created the whole universe, he is just away from universe. He manifested this whole universe, but he is away from the universe. I tell you. Listen to this. The anti-Hindu terrorists and anti-Guru Hindu mafia, both gangs, the gangs who is absolutely anti-Hindus. There is another gang, anti-Gurus but Hindus. This both gang was somehow trying to drag me into the fight with them. They know if I get into the fight, whether I win the war or lose the war, I would have lost my life. So what I need to deliver to the world would not have been delivered. The most intelligent decision I took in my life, I should say that highest intelligence Paramashiva gave me, is clarity on what for I happened, and the greatest power Kalabhairava gave me is ability to forgive, not to be angry, not to be agitated, but to be ferocious with what I am supposed to do to the world. Understand? Ability to forgive, ability to be non-violent, ability to be established in Ahimsa, ability not to get agitated or deluded in the name of manliness and all this stupid human plain delusion. How long we can tolerate this injustice? All these kind of stupid, delusory ideas. Paramashiva gave me the strength, powerful cognition. And Kalabhairava giving me protection, energy to absolutely be non-violent and make all the enemies irrelevant, redundant. I am too busy in delivering what I am supposed to deliver to the world, this great enlightenment science. The state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva, Kailasa of Paramashiva. I am too busy with that. Focusing only on that. Actually, I withdrew from human society and manifested this Kailasa with the grace of Paramashiva and Kalabhairava to be absolutely in peace and non-violence. Ahimsa, Satya, Asteya, Aparigraha, Brahmacharya, absolute Samadhi space, state, space, powers, being, superconscious, and Kailasa Paramashiva. I tell you. Now we have amazing creativity happening. One side, large scale, Nithyananda Hindu library is getting built.
Sorry for that technical glitch. We just heard from Swamiji himself about the real strategy of operating through non-violence. This is the cosmic strategy. So let us understand this is the very best strategy that you should be dealing your life with. Krishna says in the Gita, if you understand him, you understand who Krishna is and what he operates from, you will be liberated. And Swamiji says, if you just understand Swamiji, why he is doing what he is doing, how he is responding, then we will be liberated. And Swamiji is giving this as a technique to each one of us, as a teaching, as a takeaway from Swamiji's own life, to respond to anything through Ahimsa, through the phase of Ahimsa, non-violence, which is the ultimate strategy for life. Of course, you cannot say that your enemies, whatever so-called enemies that you have in your life, are greater than what Swamiji himself had to face. For anything, any problem, any enemy so-called that we may have in our life, Swamiji beautifully says, don't tell your guru how big your problem is, but tell your problem how big your guru is. So however big your problem may be, our guru has taught us to respond in the non-violent way. And let us take that and through our integrity, just apply these teachings and see how so truly this is the ultimate strategy for life. Bhagavan Shri Krishna in his own life had to face persecution, or had to face these attacks through his life, right from his very birth. We can see his father, Vasudeva, had to carry him outside of the prison in absolute secrecy across to the other city, other town, Nanda Gokula. And he was brought up by Yashoda and Nanda. And even there, how Kamsa tried multiple attempts to literally kill Krishna. And how Krishna, through his divine grace, came out of every single attack, every single time that Kamsa attempted to kill him, and did not react agitatedly ever. He did not express any kind of irritation, any kind of agitation. Just so gracefully, non-violently, walked out of each and every single attack. Just as we see Swamiji again and again, in each and every single time he was persecuted. But there came one time when Krishna and Kamsa were in a battle, and Krishna won the battle, killing Kamsa at last. And hearing this, Kamsa's father-in-law, by the name Jarasandha, was extremely provoked and decided to take revenge on Bhagwan Sri Krishna. And so, Jarasandha multiple times attacked Mathura, the land of the capital of the kingdom of Krishna, and multiple times facing the attack, the army, the city of Mathura, starts losing out on its treasury, starts losing out on its people, and comes to a state where it is not able to, will not be able to handle another attack from Jarasandha. And here Bhagwan Sri Krishna steps in and decides to, for the security, for saving and for protecting the people of Mathura, he decides to move the capital itself to Dwarka. He suggests this to Balarama and Ugrasena, the king of Mathura then. And even when he was reminded that no, if you do so, you will be later questioned, you will be ridiculed that you ran away from the battlefield. Krishna, okay, for my people. After all, it's just a name that people are going to call me by. And so gracefully takes the decision to move the whole capital to Dwarka, the whole city to Dwarka. And the next time when Vasantha attacked Mathura, there was nobody that he found there. Of course, after that, that is when Krishna got the name of Ranchod, that he ran away from the battlefield. Until today, it's being called that. But Krishna mine, and in fact, that was the ultimate right strategy that he applied at that time. It is not because really that Krishna was a coward, but it was just about not giving in, about not having any agitation, any irritation about his enemies, and just deciding towards the purpose for which Krishna had come down. Fighting with Jarasandha. Of course, we know Krishna would have won, but it just would have been so much of a waste of the time of Bhagwan Sri Krishna, the very incarnation of the planet. And he chose to use time to really contribute to the world. Just as Swamiji said, even if he comes down to sit and answer each one of the abusers, of course Swamiji is going to win at the end of it. But it is only going to be a waste of so much of time that the avatar has come down for each and every one of us. And that is why he cannot afford to waste that time. He very gracefully, non-violently withdrew himself from the whole situation. Though the media chooses to label it and misrepresent it and say that Swamiji has gone absconding, missing. Absolutely false. Each and every day Swamiji is there for us, available for us, conducting the programs, giving us darshans, giving us literally experiences, super conscious experiences. And at the same time, the media runs its own stories. Despite all, Swamiji has taken the decision to really fulfill his purpose on this planet, to contribute the superconscious to this planet, just by non-violently withdrawing himself. I would like all of us to watch another video from Swamiji himself, explaining further about this non-violent reaction of his and what exactly we should take away, we should learn from this that Swamiji has taught us.
Paramashiva's message directly from Sri Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution and setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanyapitas all over the world. Listen, I am not going to get into conflict or a war, or I am not going to wage wars and fights with existing old infrastructure.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Cosmic law. Dharma means cosmic law. The ultimate cosmic law, Ahimsa, non-violence, is the most powerful, best strategy even to stop the Hindu Holocaust. Listen, I talk after thoroughly tuning myself to Paramashiva. Literally, Paramashiva is uttering every word I am uttering. Even the full stop, comma, pause, everything is directly his, including the body language, everything is his. He is just using this muscle memory, biomemory, bioenergy to manifest and do what he wants to do. So please understand, I am very responsible for what I am talking. Let me first make clear explanations. Let me first make you all understand how I adopt Ahimsa, non-violence, for relationship with me and relationship with my Guru, relationship with my first team, relationship with my Sangha, relationship with my disciples and devotees, relationship with practicing Hindus, relationship with the whole universe, relationship with the whole humanity, relationship with everything. I'll explain step by step how I adopt. Krishna says beautifully in the Gita, if you know how I function, you will become enlightened. I tell you, Krishna is the greatest strategizer based on this Paramadharma Ahimsa. Fools and stupids, anti-Hindus are those who claim Krishna made Mahabharata war. No! Understand? Krishna personally went to negotiate peace. And he was abused. And Krishna knows he will be abused, he may be abused when he goes for negotiating peace, but still he took the risk. Not only abused, there was a murder attempt on Krishna. There was a murder attempt. Krishna followed all the rules of a ambassador, means coming without any protection, weapon, without any security guard, army, nothing. Just Nirayudhabani, he came. And this bloody Gaurava fellows and Duryodhana, due to his extreme delusion, he orders Krishna's arrest. And then the whole earth shakes. And Bhuma Devi kicked him out of his throne. He was thrown out of his throne. THROWN. Thrown out of his throne. THRONE. That time itself Bhuma Devi decided this fellow, this Duryodhana, should not win in the war. See, arresting Krishna, not only not right as per the country law, it's atrocious as per even the cosmic law. Both the way. And originally Hindu kingdoms are supposed to run by cosmic law. It is cosmic law which runs the Hindu countries. Cosmic law itself is adopted as a country's law. That's why the constitutions are drawn. I am telling you guys. When I read more and more the Hindu constitutions and Hindu criminal procedure codes, what a civilization. I am just every day falling in love with Manu, Bharadwaja, Yajnavalkya. I tell you this, I will at least keep all this alive in one place where the future by the grace of Paramashiva and Parashakti, because they are blessing me with power manifestation signs. More and more with power manifestation signs, I am going to inspire many countries' decision makers, judges, administrators to study Hindu scriptures. Just for that, I am collecting and organizing everything. When a judge in a developed country is surprised about the power manifestation signs of Hinduism, I will make sure and support him to understand Hindu judicial system, how life positivities, Anyhow, all these are my future plans and vision. Let me now stick to this one subject, how the non-violence, Ahimsa, can be the strategy to stop the Hindu Holocaust. First thing, understand. Even though Krishna inspired Arjuna to wage the war, his core being is non-violent. Let me correct the statement, listen. Even though Krishna inspired Arjuna to wage the war, he was never a violent person. He is absolutely established in non-violence.
Ahimsa Paramo Dharmaha. Again and again, Swamiji has been repeatedly, so many times, reiterating on that truth. Ahimsa Paramo Dharmaha. Ahimsa is the ultimate dharma, is the ultimate strategy for life. And just as how Sri Krishna demonstrated that Ahimsa as his strategy, Swamiji is showing us as a very live example to operate out of Ahimsa. Each and every one of us, when we listen to Swamiji reveal about the deeper secrets, the deeper truths about Sri Krishna's life, about Sri Krishna's teachings in the Gita, literally, each and every one of us are blessed to be an Arjuna ourselves. Literally, when I think of it, it is so true. Just the Arjuna Vishada Yoga, the very first chapter of Bhagavad Gita, where Arjuna, after getting onto the battlefield, suddenly starts withdrawing himself, saying he was not going to fight the battle, he is not going to fight the war. Starts asking Sri Krishna, starts saying, no, he cannot do this. It's his very own people that he has to fight the war against. How can he do this? After all the preparation, after everything was done, Arjuna, on the battlefield, starts throwing, if I may call this as a tantrum. Of course, like Swamiji himself says, we pay our respects both to Arjuna and Bhagavan Sri Krishna, the very incarnation of Narayana, of Narayana, the ultimate superconsciousness and the manifestation of the embodied soul. And Sri Krishna revealing the Gita to Arjuna is nothing but Sri Krishna has all these ultimate truths for the whole world, which was delivered through Arjuna, through the listening of Arjuna. And so in the Gita, the very first chapter, if you read it, it is called itself the Arjuna Vishada Yoga, where Arjuna is sharing his confusion to Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And Sri Krishna, even at that time, takes the time patiently to explain to Arjuna every single detail, all the signs, all the cosmic truth, convincing him, and then giving him the very experience through the Vishwarupa Darshana. And that is exactly what Swamiji is doing for each and every one of us. The sacred cosmic truth, clarifying all our doubts, handling all our tantrums, raising us through giving us the very experience itself, making us wage this war of life. I would say this war that we are fighting for Hinduism, for re-establishing Hinduism led by Swamiji, for the betterment of humanity, for humanity to survive, and this is the very need of humanity today. Reviving Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the science, the lifestyle and the truths of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And Swamiji is making each one of us a part of this sacred mission by teaching us, inspiring us to become an Arjuna ourselves. So let us watch another video from Swamiji now. When Swamiji, as the very embodiment of Bhagavan Shri Krishna, teaches us, giving us various other sacred secrets, let us all become an Arjuna ourselves, receiving these truths.
Powerfulness, strength of your core existence is your strength. Anything else you feel as your strength or the source for you or resource for you is delusion. Listen. Only if life affirming, positive, life positive, pro-life, sweet, cute, beautiful, loving, pro-life attitudes and aptitudes, if they infuse energy in you, life force in you, you are a God, and that strength is the permanent strength, that strength is the eternal strength, that is invincibility. Understand? Life is pure positive existence. When you are pure life positive, you are leader. When you are pure life possibility, you are Deva, God. When you are pure life powers, you are Mahadeva, Paramashiva. I really wanted you to know, please understand, I am not teaching weakness. I am not teaching powerlessness. Oh Hindus, listen to me. I am not making you weak. I am making you like a real Arjuna. What Krishna taught, that secret I am teaching. Oh Hindus, you guys have started behaving based on reactionary assumptions. Don't. You started losing the elite culture. Revealed to us by our ancestors after thousands of years of research and development. Understand? Losing the vegetarian food culture and justifying it. No, even in Vedic times people used to have non-veg. Is the worst stupidity. It is like a disowning all the modern day scientific discoveries and living a stupid life and then blaming, no. Even in those days, people used to be like this. Just like modern day, great research, development, contribution by the modern day scientists in the field of technology, many outer world sciences, our lifestyle, thought current, everything is the technology revealed by the great rishis after thousands of years of study, research, development as inner world science in the inner world. Listen. Purely ironed out, non-violence, non-stealing, minimalist, integrated, pure life taught by Krishna to Arjuna, Upanishadic rishis to us, understand that is extremely strengthening technology, powerful technology. Listen carefully. You become Hindu when you discover the cosmic, powerful cognitions of Upanishads. Not just because who your father and mother is. You don't become Hindu just by being born to father, mother who are legally Hindus. You become Hindu when you discover the powerful cognitions of Upanishads, Brahma Sutra, Bhagavad Gita, Veda Agamas. I tell you, this pure love, tyaga, non-violence, all this will look as if weakening, looser's thought current. No. If you do tyaga, withdrawing, not involving, not fighting, all that due to wrong cognition, you will become weak. If the fear is the reason, consequences, your thought current about the consequences, you think about the consequence and you don't have confidence about the future consequences and you stop acting, making decisions, progress, move, then you are weak. You are Chandala. If you act based on reactionary assumptions, violence, again you are Shudra, Panjama, Chandala. If your core beliefs are extreme love, powerfulness, tyaga, consciousness, I tell you, It manifests as a power beyond your body. If you believe non-violence is the cosmos will, Paramashiva's ordainment, immediately you get Paramashiva's approval for your being. He starts manifesting in you. Then, after that, all decisions you make will do good to you, good to the world. You will never fail in anything. You will always be successful in every field. And this declaration and connection with Paramashiva is too simple. Just deciding not to be hypocritical. Satya. Straightforwardness. I will not try to justify. I know non-violence is the best thing. I will stop eating non-vegetarian food. But I will not leave without taking revenge on my wife. How much she tortured me, I will make sure even when she divorces me and goes and marries somebody else, I will destroy her life by confusing that fellow. I may not be able to do that now, but I will wait for 3-4 years and slowly poison that fellow. This is not going to work. Honestly deciding, non-violence, life positiveness, to the core me believing love, tyaga, pure non-violence, all that is going to make me powerful. That is going to make me feel integrated to Paramashiva. I tell you. I just really want to tell you this one small incident. When I fell in love with Arunagiri Yogeshwara, I used to feel so strongly connected to him. When I write my initial in the school notebooks, in the one of the biggest hobby for the kids in those days is in the school notebook. We will take a pencil, pen, and different way we will draw our name. We will put our initial, A, and for that we put the 3D projection kind of a drawing, painting, and then name Rajasekaran, Rajasekeran, and we will get a different sketch and do all this stencil. These are all the hobbies usually for those days, especially with the village kids. I'm talking about 70s kids. So whenever I put my initial, I used to feel a lot of pride because my father's name is Arunachalam and my grandfather's name is Annamalai. So Annamalai, Arunachalam, Rajasekaran. So I used to feel a lot of pride. But after seeing Arunagiri Yogeshwara strongly feeling connected, whenever I put that A, I will say Arunagiri, Arunagiri. I always wanted to feel that Arunagiri Yogeshwara is my father, that A symbolizes Arunagiri Yogeshwara. Of course, I went to Arunagiri Yogeshwara one day and said, Swamiji, I wanted you as my father and mother. He laughed and said, I am your father and mother. What is there? Why suddenly asking? He told in a very casual Tamil. Adhukku enadappa ipo? Naan daanda unakku ammayappan. Illa Sami, adu eppadi சும்மா சொல்லக்கூடாது, உண்மையிலேயே அம்மையப்பனா இருக்கணும். I was not that convinced, so I was asking, not just casually, really you should be my father and mother. Then he smiled and said, நான் என்ன பண்ணணும்னு நினைச்சாலும் என் கை பண்ணதில்ல, அதே மாதிரி நான் என்ன பண்ணணும்னு நினைச்சாலும் உன் மூலம் நான் பண்ணிப்பேன்ல. அதனாலதான் உனக்கு நான் தான் அம்மையப்பன். Very simple word. He said, whatever I want, my hand will do. Same way, whatever I want, I can do through your body. I can manifest it through your body. Because I have this feeling, I am your father and mother. I tell you, giving that feeling to the Guru, you are liberated. If your Guru feels that confidence with you, hey, whatever I want, I can do with my hand. Same way, whatever I want, I can do through this person. Then you are enlightened, you are liberated. I am your Ammayappan. Understand? Non-violence, absolute love, pure Tyaga gives this confidence to Paramashiva about you. Your non-violence and Tyaga gives confidence about you to Paramashiva. Tyagis gain the confidence of Paramashiva. If Paramashiva is confident of you, he can get what he wants done through you. You are liberated. He is your Ammayappan. Everything, all the best things have happened in your life. You can be very clear, you are the inheritor of all the good things of the universe. Invincibility is achieved through absolute non-violence. Invincibility is achieved through extreme powerfulness, love, Tyaga. All suffering, all guilt, all pain, hurting others or hurting you, is violence. The more you renounce violence, the more you establish in love, the more you manifest Tyaga. Paramashiva gains confidence on you. When he gains confidence on you, he showers all the best things on your life. Whatever you think as your strength, like how much cash you have, how much gold you have, how much money you have in the bank, what all properties you have, your secret passwords, passcodes, your strength secrets, you will tell only to your son or your daughter to whom you are going to give your inheritance. Same way, most important powerful secrets Paramashiva has given to his son Muruga, Subramanya, in Agama called Sarvanyanottaragamam. All the powerful secrets the father will tell only to his son. It is too secret. I am going to open that agama and give all the essence of all those secrets. Secrets of Charyapada lifestyle, secrets of Kriyapada, secrets of Yogapada, and secrets of Jnanapada. I will make you all feel you are 16, not just physically, even mentally. You will all be romancing with the whole universe. No frustration, nothing, no corona, no depression, no bothering about economy, no sudu, no soranai, nothing. Next 16 days, no fantasy, only visualization, no delusion, only consciousness.
In 1871, laws imposed in India legalized the criminalization of Hindu people through the Criminal Tribes Act. This formally delineated groups of Hindus so they could be violated without any legal recourse or protection. The act specifically named sadhus as a group that should not be trusted. Hindu people were prevented from cultivating land, traveling, and following their ancient spiritual worship. Out of no wrongdoing of their own, more than 200 sections of Hinduism were earmarked for discrimination, branding them criminal by birth. The intergenerational destruction of this oppression has deeply wounded Hindu sentiment among their own communities through to today. Indeed, the Hindu civilization is yet to recover from the imposed violence of several centuries. Last month in Palghar, Maharashtra, two Mahants of Juna Akara, Sri Kalpaviksh Giri Maharaj and Sri Sushil Giri Maharaj, as well as devotee Nilesh Chalgan, were murdered via attack mob near midnight, where more than 300 people had gathered on the street for hours, along with dozens of police and riot gear, before the lynching was executed during COVID-19 lockdown. General media branded the two Mahants as thieves and almost did not report on the story at all until forced to do so days later. The Mahants of Juna Akara were publicly murdered and branded as thieves by media discourse. It in no way justifies the act and shows the tactic to brush aside the lives of Hindu leaders killed. It is a pattern of guiding public reaction to be desensitized to the violence against Hindus and also get used to the idea that it simply happens again and again and is just sort of normal that Hindus will be brutally killed from time to time. This pattern of guiding public reaction was similarly used by Aurangzeb as Guru Tegh Bahadur and disciples were tortured and publicly killed. Two people, including a well-known Mahant, were both murdered inside an ashram in Nanded, Maharashtra. Shivacharya Nirvana Rudra Pushpatinath Maharaj and Bhagavan Shind were killed inside the living quarters of the ashram premises. Shivacharya Nirvana Rudra Pushpatinath Maharaj, who had been involved in development work in the area for a long time, was killed inside his living quarters at night, while the assailant attempted to flee and take the body of the Mahant with him. Although Kanyakumari has traditionally been a very devout South Indian Hindu community, it has seen intense conversion activities transform the region to now being home to a Christian majority, a fact that comes as a shock to many. Joshua Project, Lausanne Movement, Project Thessalonica, World Vision, and Water for Life are a few of the organizations self-identifying as charity or philanthropic, but have a brutal destroying impact upon converting and keeping down Hindu communities in India. It's a sad result, but nonetheless consistent and expected. Nagaland and Meghalaya are other regions in India where conversions have had an unbelievably shocking impact. The just a few generations ago Hindu regions are now more than 90% and 75% Christian, more than 90% in Nagaland. All the Hindus converted, all of them. Soon to be in Meghalaya as well, every single Hindu living solution-based and non-violent lifestyle completely eradicated. Under judicial interpretation of the Indian Constitution, freedom of religion has meant freedom to convert Hindus, as traditional Hindu civilization has no doctrine for converting others, but rather gives all knowledge of conscious expansion and cohabitating peacefully with others, regardless of which god they follow. Hindus have recognized infinite deities, more than 330 million, so they can easily incorporate and enrich a few more.
वासुदेवनन्दन देवकीनन्दन वासुदेवनन्दन केशव माधव नित्यानन्द कृष्ण गोविन्द वासुदेव नित्यानन्द कृष्ण गोविन्द वासुदेव नित्यानन्द सदा स्नानम् आनन्द सदा जपम् आनन्द सदा स्नानम् आनन्द सदा जपम् आनन्द सदा ध्यानम् आनन्द कीर्तनम् हरि ओम् नित्यानन्द ओम् नमो नित्यानन्द नित्य गोविन्द वासुदेव नित्यानन्द नित्य गोविन्द वासुदेव नित्यानन्द सद्गुरु नित्यानन्द नित्य गोविन्द सद्गुरु नित्यानन्द नित्य गुरुदेव जय देव शरणं शरणं देव गुरुदेव जय देव शरणं शरणं देव देवातिदेव देवा नित्य गुरुदेवा देवातिदेव देवा नित्य शरणं देवा हे नित्येश्वरा परमहंसा नित्य गोविन्द वासुदेव नित्यानन्दा नित्य गोविन्द वासुदेव नित्यानन्दा नित्य गोकुलनन्दन गोपालगिरिधर गोकुलनन्दन गोपालगिरिधर देवकीनन्दन वासुदेवनन्दन देवकीनन्दन वासुदेवनन्दन केशव माधव नित्यानन्दा नित्य गोविन्द वासुदेव नित्यानन्दा गोकुलनन्दन गोपालगिरिधर गोकुलनन्दन गोपालगिरिधर देवकीनन्दन वासुदेवनन्दन देवकीनन्दन वासुदेवनन्दन केशव माधव नित्यानन्दा वासुदेव नित्यानन्दा कृष्ण गोविन्द वासुदेव नित्यानन्दा नित्यानन्दा नित्य गोविन्द सद्गुरु नित्यानन्दा नित्य आनन्द सदा स्नानम् आनन्द सदा जपम् आनन्द सदा स्नानम् आनन्द सदा जपम् आनन्द सदा ध्यानम् आनन्द कीर्तनम् हरि ओम नित्यानन्दा ओम नमो नित्यानन्दा नित्य गोविन्द वासुदेव नित्यानन्दा नित्य गोविन्द वासुदेव नित्यानन्दा Gurudeva Jai Deva, Sharanam Sharanam Deva, Gurudeva Jai Deva, Sharanam Sharanam Deva, Devati Deva Deva, Nitya Gurudeva, Devati Deva Deva, Nitya Sharanam Deva, Hai Nityeshwara Paramahamsa. Govinda Vasudeva Nithyananda, Nitya Govinda Vasudeva Nithyananda, Nitya Gokulanandana Gopala Giridhara, Gokulanandana Gopala Giridhara, Devakinandana Vasudevanandana, Devakinandana Vasudevanandana, Kesava Madhava Nithyananda, Nitya Govinda Vasudeva Nithyananda. Nithyananda, Krishna Govinda Vasudeva Nithyananda, Nitya Govinda.
Yes, today we are celebrating, revering the auspicious Alankar as well as Krishna. Sorry for that. As we are celebrating and just 2 days away from the Nithyananda Purnima Brahmotsavam, we're also going to revere today the auspicious Alankaram for Swamiji in the Alankaram of Krishna, in the Leela Alankaram. For all of us who connect to Swamiji, who see and recognize and are blessed to be able to call him as our own Guru, we continuously, day by day, recall the different Leelas of Swamiji in our lives, how the divine interactions, blessings that he has bestowed on millions of people across the world have played out in such a unique way. In what we are understanding, what we and continuously discover is what is autobiography of the avatar. And of course, as a Purna avatar, as Divine Holiness himself is the avatar of Krishna himself. In fact, the very bio memory of Krishna is radiating through Swamiji. Now let me explain this. What does it mean? In fact, we can even consider that Swamiji is a reincarnation of Krishna, of Bhagavan Sri Krishna. Why? Now, what does this mean? What does bio-memory of Sri Krishna even mean? Bio-memory is your root cognition inside of you, about you. It's a part of your core consciousness. And it is something which you can take from birth to birth to birth. In Hinduism, we accept reincarnation as the truth, and we know it as a reality for our lives. So, something which is there in us, which is not the body, not the mind, not our fragile memories, goes from birth to birth. And bio-memory is something, is a part of that. There is something that goes from birth to birth. Bio-memory has the reminiscences, the fragrance of all the different karmas that you have accumulated over the past janmas that you have had. And it is a root cognition about you which you have in yourself, that you are separate from the whole. And this is bio-memory for you and I. This is bio-memory for people who are understanding, who are not yet enlightened and liberated, who are not yet realized souls. Bio-memory for incarnation is a little bit different. An incarnation can adopt the bio-memory that they want, that they need in order to execute their life, in order to execute the purpose that they have come down on planet. His Divine Holiness, of course, for Swamiji, it is the purpose of reviving Sri Kailasa, of bringing superconscious breakthrough to all of us that he has happened on earth. And he has taken up this divine mission as Paramashiva himself. Upon taking up this body, he had decided about few biomemories which he would use in order to execute the entire mission that he has today. And one of those is the biomemory of Sri Krishna. If today we are able, if we somehow connect to Swamiji Krishna, if we understand the truth of Bhagavad Gita more so than it is revealed by any other guru, by any other translation or transcription of the Bhagavad Gita, it is because it is literally Krishna himself who is manifesting through Swamiji, who is expressing through Swamiji. Swamiji is the reincarnation of Sri Krishna. And as we worship Swamiji, we are literally worshipping Sri Krishna. And today, during the this satsang introduction, we have understood how Swamiji has been connected, how Swamiji has also connected all of us to the Bhagavad Gita, to all of the different various aspects of Sri Krishna. Upon taking this birth itself, His Divine Holiness has a very important, significant mission for all of us, for giving super conscious breakthrough to each and every one of us. And for Sri Krishna himself, it was so beautiful to see also, in the same way, he radiated that energy and did that tyaga just as Swamiji has done during the attacks, so much of persecution against him. Krishna has exemplified and shown the world how the ultimate tyaga happens, how not to not get caught in the war, the attacks, persecution, the immense hate speech that so many people will throw on him, but instead continue to remain on what purpose he came down after. Today, millions all over the world, so many people are benefited from the Bhagavad Gita and the revelations from Krishna himself. Just like this, thousands of years from now, still the great words of Swamiji, his autobiography, his Leela, and his happening on center will be sung and remembered and continue to bring so many people to their goal of enlightenment and liberate them. The mission of His Divine Holiness, the revival of Sri Kailasa has happened today, is experienced and beloved by all of us today because of the extreme amount of yaga and hard work of Swamiji. Sri Krishna himself was born in a prison, and from the very start, one or another attack was happening against him. Just like that, in Swamiji's own life, continuously he has shown us that no matter what, he is continuing to do yaga, he is continuing to stand and revive the whole Kailasa, ultimately fulfill the purpose with which he has come down today. To understand truly about the yaga of Swamiji and the hard work of Swamiji, let's watch a brief video documentary on the biography of
Swamiji. The first and foremost sacred secret I want you to know. Integrity is falling in love with your higher personality. Understand? You do have Sadashivatva in you. You are hardwired for it. It's not that your Sadashivatva is gift from somebody. No. Understand? Just like how when you fall asleep, you put an alarm and tell the alarm, hey, wake me up tomorrow morning. Same way, that's exactly the way I sent my gurus. I sent my gurus to the planet Earth ahead of me and said, hey, I am coming. Wake me up when I assume the human body. My alarm clocks were my gurus. Hey, wake me up. Understand? They just reminded me to fall in love with my higher personality, Sadashiva. I started my public life in a very young age. Immediately after 12, after I realized my enlightenment, I took my first Padayatra as per my Guru's instruction. That Padayatra is my first enriching Padayatra. See, I should say, I started organized public life in 2000. But my public life started when I was 12. How I started my public life? One person at a time. I'll walk from village to village, sit, spend some time, and small boy, naturally people will be curious, all alone. They will come and try to talk to me. Then I'll start talking to them and start enriching. Whatever little way I know. It was a raw, crude, ground level way. One person at a time. So I decided I am going to start my own way, one person at a time.
என்னுடைய ரூம் பக்கத்துல ரூம் தான் அவர் இருந்தாப்புல. ஒரு சின்ன இரும்பு பெட்டி ஒன்று இருக்கும். அந்த இரும்பு பெட்டியில தினந்தோறும் காலையில 5 மணிக்கு எழுந்து ஒரே நபர் எங்க ஹாஸ்டல்லே முதல் நபர் அவராக தான் இருப்பாரு. குளிச்சுட்டு வந்துட்டு தினந்தோறும் பூஜை செய்வாப்புல. பூஜை செய்து விட்டுட்டு யாரெல்லாம் அவர்கிட்ட போயிட்டு ஆசீர்வாதம் கேட்கிறாரோ அவர் டின்னர் வச்சு இன்றைய நாள் நன்றாக இருக்கும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி எல்லாருக்கும் ஆசீர்வாதம் பண்ணுவாப்புல.
அவர் சிரிச்சுட்டே தான் இருக்கிறாரு. ஆனா அந்த சிரிப்பினுடைய அர்த்தம் எனக்கு இப்பதான் கரெக்டா புரியுது. ஏன்னா அது ஒரு தெய்வீக சிரிப்புன்னு சொல்றாங்க. அந்த தெய்வீக சிரிப்பை என்னால இப்பவும் நல்லா உணர முடியும்.
ரூம்குள்ள வந்துட்டாருன்னா ஒண்ணு சும்மாவே இருக்க மாட்டாரு, புக் எடுத்து படிப்பாரு, இல்ல அந்த சிலைகளுக்கான அலங்காரங்கள் பண்றது இதெல்லாம் பண்ணிட்டு இருப்பாரு. இல்லைன்னா எந்நேரம் பார்த்தாலும் ஒரு அந்த மெடிடேஷனோ இல்ல வேற ஒரு பாவநிலையிலயோ ரூம்குள்ளேயே நடந்துட்டு இருப்பாரு. இதுக்காக ஒர்க்கையும் டிஸ்டர்ப் பண்ண மாட்டாரு. ஒர்க் டைம் வந்தா அதுல இருந்து இறங்கி வந்து உடனே வேலைக்கு போடுவாரு. வேலைக்கு போயிட்டாருன்னா அங்க சிரிச்சு பேசி ஜாலியா இருந்து அதே நேரத்தில் உன்னிப்பா கவனிக்கிறது.
Parivrajaka Yatra happens only when you move out of joy. I tell you, I was moving like a banyan leaf in the breeze. When a leaf falls from the tree, in the breeze how it moves, that's the way I moved in my life. That is why my Parivrajaka, even to remember, is a joy for me. I tell you, shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. So most smartest strategy is hard work with integrity. That's all. That's the most smartest strategy. I decided, let me sit and start doing, start empowering, start enriching. Actually, that is the way I remember me even now. When I close my eyes, I don't remember me sitting in a golden throne. When I close my eyes, I only remember the boy, village boy with a stick on his shoulder, a kamandalu. Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. Kailasa is reviving the enlightenment ecosystem. The Kailasa will be the place where almost million power manifestors are living and running. At least 10 million temples and monasteries which are spiritual embassies of Paramashiva, and reviving this enlightenment, power manifesting civilization. Kailasa is a place where everything related to super consciousness is revived. All the sampradaya, all the spiritual ecosystems. Kailasa is a place where everything related to superconsciousness is revived. All the sampradaya, all the spiritual ecosystems created for enlightenment will be revived. And established in such a way, it never gets lost again. There forever serving the humanity.
We have just seen a glimpse, only a glimpse, a brief summary of the entire contribution that Swamiji has given for humanity. One of the greatest contributions Swamiji has given us is power manifestation. Power manifestation is the most unique way expressing enlightenment literally and making us all live it to something absolutely unheard of, something which is never before seen by this current generation, the previous generation, even for thousands of years on planet Earth. The revival of power manifestation is something that His Divine Holiness will be remembered, will be attributed for thousands and thousands of years. We'll know that it was He, after it was stopped on planet Earth, after Sri Krishna, it is Swamiji who started power manifestation once again. One of the greatest markers, one of the greatest examples, the Atma Pramana from Swamiji's own life for the power manifestation, how it started and manifested in one way in his life, is the experience that Swamiji had at the age of 12. The experience that we all remember and celebrate on the day of Nithyananda Purnima. And as we all know, we are on day 8 of the Nithyananda Purnima Brahmotsavam. For 10 days, we celebrate, revere, worship the great Leelas that Swamiji has conducted. He has come down to planet Earth and conducted different Leelas for each and every one of us to understand our ultimate being, our ultimate potential and possibility, and have and radiate that life. Each day we have been revering and worshipping a different Leela from the life of Swamiji. Right from his descent onto planet Earth to his darshan, which he gave one of his school teachers as the Lord Ayyappan. There's so many different Leelas that His Divine Holiness had literally bestowed on all of us. And we take the time in the 10 days prior to the sacred Nithyananda Purnima day, which is happening on June 5th. We take these 10 days in order to prepare ourselves, to align all of us to the integrity of our Guru and ensure that we ultimately have to follow and experience that very state which he is in. As we remember the different Leelas of the avatar of Swamiji himself, we continue to remember and fall more and more deeply into that space. That is the whole purpose of Brahmotsavams. Each of the gods, each of the deities which are there in Hindu temples are incarnations, are beings who realized their enlightenment, who had exemplified to all of us the way to express enlightenment and remembering each day about their story, about their leelas, brings us closer and closer to that goal which we all have. In the same way, in the Nithyananda Paramashiva Devalayam, we always worship, remember, and take the opportunity to share with everyone the leelas of Swamiji, whether it is the Jayanti Brahmotsavam or the Nithyananda Purnima Brahmotsavam, Guru Purnima Brahmotsavam. All of these, we always celebrate the leelas of Swamiji. The Nithyananda Purnima is a very significant day which we all remember. This year, we are celebrating the 31st anniversary, 31st year after this very experience which happened in Swamiji's life. It is the moment when the energy, that super conscious energy which descended on planet Earth, began manifesting with the utmost higher level frequency itself. There is no saying how significant this very one event is for the entire course of humanity itself being entirely liberated. It really marks the true shift, breakthrough of superconsciousness. With the experience that His Divine Holiness had, we all also are able to have that possibility in our lives. Today, millions of people, it is not even exaggerated, millions of people have that possibility of radiating extraordinary powers, of manifesting every single day. And even for the last 3 months, since March 20th, we have been having the Paramashivoham Level 2 program, in which thousands of people have been manifesting Shaktis left and right every single day, having breakthroughs in power manifestation. In power manifestation, Swamiji literally gave that breakthrough for all of us, did the Tyaga for all of us just when he was 12 years old, by deciding with purest sincerity, intensity, that he would sit and contemplate how that very event happened. Swamiji has described so beautifully in many satsangs, in many different discourses, where first his guru Annamalai Swamigal had one day told him, Annamalai Swamigal is the disciple of Ramana Maharshi, the great enlightened being from Tiruvannamalai, and of course this being the birthplace of His Divine Holiness himself. Annamalai Swamigal was also there while His Divine Holiness was just a child, and many times Swamiji would go listen to his speaking on various scriptures, including the Ribu Gita, and narrate different stories and different teachings. In one of these circumstances, in one of these events, Swamiji had heard Annamalai Swamigal tell all the disciples who were sitting that we have no pain. That's what he declared. We do not have any pain or any suffering. That is something that we do not have. Pain does not exist, he even went to the extent to say. And he had told all of the disciples that henceforth there's no pain at all. But of course Swamiji did not immediately, he did not cognize what Annamalai Swamigal was saying. His initial reaction, of course, was, what my guru has said, let us test that on myself. So he decided that he wanted to test this and he wanted to experience that. So he went home and with a razor, he cut his thigh, a very deep and long cut, which needed ultimately 13 stitches. At that moment, blood started to come. There's so much chaos around him, and he was rushed to the hospital and finally needed that 13 stitches. He went back to Annamalai Swamigal the next day and said, "See, Swami, I had listened to what you said, and now look what has happened." Annamalai Swamigal had just laughed and said that, "See, with your sincerity, you are so willing, so wanting, so much seeking you have in order to experience the ultimate truth, that surely you will have the next breakthrough." And he just said, find it, the source inside of you which has the pain, which is actually feeling the pain. And Swamiji once again took this up as a brata, took this up, this technique. Swamiji is so much sincerity he has, and he even had at the age of 12, without any kind of training or any kind of teaching. It was a natural part of him to be utmost sincere to what is being taught. He took this up, this cognition that his guru had told him, and went to Pavalakundru, which is a coral hillock on the Arunachala hill. There's a rock on which many days, many times, His Divine Holiness would sit and spend time. And on this very rock, he began the contemplation, looking inside, continuously sitting, never wavering from that intense seeking, trying to find what is the source of the pain inside of him. Suddenly, he felt as if something had opened up inside of him. Suddenly, it was as if something inside of him was just falling, and a breakthrough happened. He had ultimately had this experience where 360 degrees around him he could see. He was literally able to see behind, on the side, on top, below. And not only seeing, but he was able to feel that how alive he is inside of himself. He is that much alive in all of the beings, everything around him, inanimate, animate objects, everything. That is the true oneness experience that he had. Swamiji, then it took like 2-3 hours, he recalls, that he could come down from that extremely intense experience. And when he came down, he slowly started to walk, come down. For 2 or 3 days still, it would not settle. He would still be in that extremely conscious state. And he even went to his guru, Mata Vibhudananda Puri, and asked, "Is this something, am I being possessed by God, or am I being possessed by a demon or something of ill nature?" And Mata Vibhudananda Puri just told him, "No, don't worry. You're not being possessed or anything. You are being possessed by God Himself." Meaning, of course, that super consciousness inside Swamiji started radiating in a next level frequency, started ultimately a new breakthrough in all of us. It is this momentous occasion that after which the stream of events that leads up to you and I and millions of devotees coming to Swamiji and having our own breakthroughs, making our own ways in which we manifest Shaktis, all of that has begun, and all of that is rooted in this experience. On the Nithyananda Purnima day, His Divine Holiness, every year we have all celebrated this day as that very day that he had this beautiful enlightenment experience. It is actually even the time in which Subramanya was born and the very place where Devi Parashakti became enlightened. Devi Parashakti came down from Kailasa and did intense tapas in Kanchipuram, and then she traveled to Tiruvannamalai where she meditated, and it is told in Arunachala Puranam that the feminine energy had become awakened inside of her. The super consciousness energy became awakened inside of her, and she became Ardhanarishwara. And in this very exact spot that she was sitting, an Ardhanarishwara temple is standing today. And this is the exact location where Swamiji also had this experience of enlightenment. Let us now understand from Swamiji himself about the experience which he had, the experience of enlightenment at the very young age of 12. The very day we will be celebrating in just 2 days to come. And we have been celebrating in the Nithyananda Purnima Brahmotsavam.
Almost like, who am I who is so discontented about my own existence? Who am I that is experiencing this deep discontentment, suffocation? It was such strong taking over. I can see very clearly that heaviness just went into depths of the consciousness. Suddenly, one moment, the first thing happened is that idea inside and outside broke. The first experience is that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360 degree, 10 direction, below me, everything. I realized not only I was able to see, I was able to feel, experience. I felt that the skin of the stone on rock on which I was sitting and the skin of this body both carry me equally. In both I exist equally. The setting sun, rising moon, the whole Arunachala hill, all the plants, bush, shrubs, trees, everything, everything, everything. Just became so alive. The idea, something is inside and something is outside, is completely lost. I did not feel vulnerable. I felt powerful. So powerful. I just know I am that oneness is the existence. start the satsang. Today I'll expand on my enlightenment experience in the light of the four tattvas: integrity, authenticity, responsibility and enriching. Listen. Please come to the space of listening. All the viewers, devotees, disciples, through Sadhana TV, Lotus News Channel, I request all of you to come to the space of listening. Settle down and listen. I'll describe exactly what happened at the age of 12. When I say 12, it is based on the Indian standard. As per the American standard, it's 11. Because in West, they only tell the number which is over. In India, we tell the number which is running. Because in India, aging is respected. In West, youth are respected. India, age receives respect in our society. So, we always try to show 1 year more. So, between 11 and 12, that was the time. On this very day, means now I am between 35 and 36. How many years before? 24 years before. 24 years over. 24 years before, on this same day, on the Paurnami day, today is also Vaigasi Visaga, Vaigasi month, Visaga Nakshatra, Subramania's Enlightenment Day. As per the tradition, this is the day Subramania appeared. This is considered to be the birthday of Subramania. He appeared from the third eye of Mahadeva. He is embodiment of jnana, enlightenment. It is his enlightenment day also. So today Mahadeva gave birth to Subramania. On this very day, in the evening, I went to the hill, Arunachala hill. At the feet of the Arunachala hill, and the foothills, there is a place called Pavayakundru, Coral Hillock, on a rock. You can see exactly this is the same rock on which I was sitting. It's a very beautiful place. Very powerful place where Devi became enlightened. The place is the place where Devi Parvati did tapas and became enlightened. So, still there is a Ardhanarishwara temple there. The place has a strong connection with the spiritual energy. I should narrate the incidents happened before this experience. Only then you will understand the whole experience. Because in those days, I started practicing the self-enquiry. Who am I? In a little different way as initiated by Annamalai Swamigal, an enlightened being, enlightened master, who is a disciple of great incarnation, Ramana Maharshi. He is a disciple of Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi, Annamalai Swamigal. I had the fortune of sitting at his feet at very young age. Still I have his personal diary in which, in his own handwriting, he recorded all his connection with Bhagavan and teachings of Bhagavan like a diary. Still I have that diary in my possession. In our archives it is there. It was gifted to me by one of his disciples, a great sadhu. Once I went to listen to him. A few foreigners were sitting around him and he was talking about some spiritual truths. I'll tell you roughly what I understood from his words. I can't say this is what he said. I can say this is what I heard. That we are not the body. There is no pain, suffering for us. I was really surprised to hear that, because I've seen when in my family, if the kids are beaten, they cry. Even though I was never beaten, I have seen kids are being beaten. They cry, and so it was really beginning of search for me. Please listen. I went to the house. I know I have not understood whatever he said, but because I was in the pure space of listening, whatever he said was intensely working on me. It is like Ramakrishna tells a beautiful story. A mother pearl, oyster, am I right? Oyster has to receive the water, rain water, showers from the sky during Swati Nakshatra. When the Swati Nakshatra is on the peak, the rainwater drop which falls from the sky, the oyster has to catch that rainwater. Then she has to go into the ocean and process that water drop. That drop water becomes pearl. Same way, you have to be in the pure space of listening to receive the words from the Master and go and work on it. Then only you will see the pearl happening. The pearl of enlightenment, experience happening in you. I was in the pure space of listening. So those words entered into my being, but I was not capable of cognizing what he said. See, if I cognized what he said, that moment I would have become enlightened. But I was not capable of cognizing what he said. I only listened, but my listening was so pure. The word was intensely working on me. I was possessed by that word. Listen. I was possessed by that word so powerfully. Whatever I was doing physically, that word was sitting in me. When a completion and completion hits at each other, a completion is born. Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate. My inner space completion and the completion of Annamalai Swamigal, both were going through a process through the word he uttered, through the initiation he gave. It was like I was filled with that word. How can this be? I can say the internalizing was going on. When you are in completion, even if you don't cognize Master's words, those words will not leave you. They will take cognizance of you. Master's words will take cognizance of you. Listen. When I utter a word, it spreads all over the hall, but only the space of completions, it even recognizes as human beings and enters into them. Others it just goes above the head. If you are not in the space of completion, the word just does not even recognize you. When you are in the space of completion, it recognizes your presence, your existence. So the word was working on me so powerfully. The word took cognizance of me. It was so strong on me. I started contemplating. One day it became too much. I wanted to find out the truth. So I wanted to experiment on myself, whether I have pain or not. I ran, picked up a shaving razor. Those days it will be like a long blade on which you will insert a blade and shave. I took my father's that razor and cut my thigh very deeply and long enough so later on they have to make a 13 stitches. That time I did not have any technique or methodology or idea to go beyond pain, or I have not experienced enlightenment. So naturally when I cut my thigh, the blood started oozing out, gushing out, and I can say I was shaken. Still I am not able to exactly describe whether there was pain or not, but I was shaken. I can say it was more psychological. More than that, my mother crying and running around, my grandmother who always suspected I am mad, got confirmed. She said that Paitya Swami has done something, and the ruckus they created, I can say that I felt I am supposed to be in pain and distress. I was taken to the hospital. Hospital is just opposite house. Just straight, if you cross the road, hospital. This side, the house in which I was born and brought up, that side is the doctor. Still he is alive in Tiruvannamalai. So I was taken to the doctor. His name is Karunanidhi. Still he is there, and his sons also became doctor. And I was taken to the doctor, and he saw, and he asked me, why did I do what I did? I have no answer. Then he did whatever need to be done, and then he did 13 stitches. Still the stitch marks are there. 13 stitches. Of course, after 2 or 3 days, I went again to Annamalai Swamigal and asked him, please understand, I did not take responsibility for my inauthentic understanding. I put the blame on him. I ran to him and said, see what you taught me. You said we don't have pain or suffering. I went and cut my thigh. I am having pain. But now I remember, I can't even record or remember having pain. The ruckus they created around me was suffocating. And I am forced to believe I am supposed to be having pain and pain. So I went and told him, see what you taught, and in a mood of blaming him, he laughed and said, don't worry my son, you did not understand what I said, but even without understanding, your attitude of experimenting is a great quality Hold on to it, you will achieve the ultimate. Of course, even at the end of the conversation, I was not satisfied or happy. I told him, all this you could have taught me before I cut myself. I don't have to go through this suffering. He laughed and said, only when time comes things will be understood. Don't worry. He consoled me and gave me a lot of candies. And I learnt this habit of giving candies to kids from him only. It's Annamalai Swamigal who contributed that habit to me. Because I'll always go to him just because of candy. I still remember I started going to him because of the candy he gives. Later on he gave the ultimate candy, enlightenment itself. But the initial days I used to go just because of the candy he gives. So he gave me the candy. And he gave one last word. Find out who is having that feeling that you have pain or suffering. I can tell you, it was initiation. It was literally initiation. So it was such a strong truth inside me. Whenever I find time, I will sit and contemplate. Who is having pain in me? Who is that having pain? I'll try to analyze inside me. Please understand, I was doing self-enquiry without even my knowledge. This incident happened, I think, when I was 10 and a half. After 1 year, when I was 11 and a half, this enlightenment experience happened. On this same day, in Arunachala, at the foothills of Arunachala, I was trying to practice the same technique. Who am I? Who is having the pain experience? Who is the guy who is suffering? Who is having pain around the time of sunset and moonrise? Means after 4:30, before 6. That was the time between 4:30 to 6, maybe around 5:30. It was a sudden click. Please listen. It was not step-by-step experience. Suddenly something opened in me. It's almost like a clicking. You are trying to connect two pipes, struggling. Suddenly, when the other side of the pipe water comes out, both pipes are connected. Exactly like that. Suddenly I know something opened inside me. I was actually sitting with closed eyes. That opening means now I know who is the experiencer. Life, alive, being present in everything, experiencing. I could see literally all the sides, 360 degree this side and 360 degree this side. 360 degree this side and 360 degree this side. Not only I was able to see one side the temple, the hill, The other side, main temple, every plant, stone, the sky above me. Still when I remember, I'm not even remembering now, I'm literally reliving. I was able to see the whole at a time simultaneously without turning my head or opening my eyes. Then I understood. Not only I was able to see, I felt, I experienced the whole thing is me. I was alive. How powerfully you are alive inside your skin. If somebody hits you, touches you, you know you are alive. How alive you are inside your skin. The same depth of life, alive, being alive, life I felt with everything, the stone, plants, hill, temple, with everything, around 1.5 hours. My body did not even move. Maybe around 7:30 or 8, I slowly came down. Those days there was no light in that area, but I did not need any light. I could see everything. Of course, moon was there because it's a full moon day. 2.5 days, full 2.5 days. I could not understand what is happening. It took full 2.5 days for me to understand I am in some other space. I could see everything as my presence because I was in completion. The words of the masters entered into me. Because of the integrity, the words were continuously working on me. That is integrity. Trying to cut my own tie and see is authenticity. Means expanding, stretching yourself to the truth. But even then I have not taken the responsibility for the effect. When I decided to take the responsibility to find out the root source, then enlightenment experience happened. And I did not keep quiet. You need to know. I did not know. 2.5 days I did not know what was happening. Then slowly, when I settled, I went and told my godmother, Vibhudanandapuri. Her name was Kuppammal. I went and told her. I asked her whether am I possessed by ghost. She checked my energy and said, no, you are possessed by God. Then immediately I rushed. The joy was so much, I rushed and called my classmate, one friend. Took him to temple and said, hey, I went and sat and meditated in that rock, the hill. I got this experience. Now I can see anywhere. You also go and meditate in that rock, you will also have this experience. I thought in that rock only the experience happens. He said, what experience happened to you? I said, see, now I can see all the side without turning my head. If you want, you check. That fellow thought I am playing, making fun, or some prank, playing pranks. He took a coin. The kids always carry the coin in their trouser pocket, you see. He took a coin and showed behind my head. Is a head or flower? Which side? I exactly said. And again, 5-6 times he tested. I exactly said. And I also said, hey, not only I can see the, without turning the head, I can see the coin which you are showing. I can also see the tree behind and the ants climbing the tree. I can see everything.
As Swamiji has told us, guided us through that very experience, let us understand it is a very initiation itself when Swamiji is recalling and telling us about the story, about the ins and outs, how it happened for him. It is literally making that happen, putting that seed inside of us. It is an initiation. This is the most powerful initiation that we can have, having that the Leela Dhyana, understanding the autobiography of the Avatar. Today, we are worshipping and revering Sri Krishna in the Paramashivoham Level 2 Season 5 program. And we are worshipping Swamiji in the form of Sri Krishna. As I was just explaining, Swamiji is the very biomemory of Sri Krishna, and it is Sri Krishna himself who is expressing through Swamiji. So in his own life, in Swamiji's own life, there was a beautiful incident that marks the entire Parivrajika time, the spiritual wandering time, when Swamiji was wandering the length and breadth of India, finding out what the world needed from him, what are the true answers for the world, and how to clearly deliver this superconscious breakthrough to the whole humanity. So in this time, there was a 9-year period of Swamiji's life when he was wandering continuously, and one by one, everyone, he was continuously enriching, continuously giving them breakthroughs in their life, but he has kept on wandering. And it was before the time of his organization when he really formally started the revival of Sri Kailasa. So at this time, Swamiji had been staying in Gujarat, in the state of Gujarat, and he was staying in a old lady's house. And understand, it is the life of the sannyasi, life of a wanderer, that they will never stay in the same house for too much time. They will never stay for anything, and they will only have minimal amount of food, clothes, everything. Of course, no money, nothing. They're just simply wandering. And it was at this time, His Divine Holiness Swamiji had such an intense darshan of Sri Krishna, and he had literally had that experience. Let us understand and watch that video where Swamiji is talking about his experience with that devoted lady, that devoted old lady, and the darshan of Sri Krishna.
When I was 19 or 20, that was the time when I was wandering, walked length and breadth of India. This incident happened before my enlightenment. I'm just trying to find right words to narrate that whole incident because it's such a amazing, inspiring incident. Sometimes there will be traffic jam in my throat. Too many words want to come out. So I tell them, relax, relax. I was staying in an old lady's house, very old lady. She was living alone, maybe 80 or something. She was having one cow and a small house. From that cow, every day she'll get the milk and make curd and buttermilk out of it. She'll go to that whole village. Village means few streets. She will go around that few streets and sell that curd and buttermilk, come back in the night with some sweets or food. She will come back and she had a small Krishna's murti. Krishna statue, small statue of Krishna. She will put all those things in front of that Krishna's murti and speak to him. She will speak to him. Oh Krishna, please eat. Today I got only this much. Please eat. She will spend some time speaking. And then later on she will eat and sleep. First few days I thought, oh, she is just, because of her devotion, she is talking okay. So I was in that same attitude that, okay, good devotee, anyhow she gives food for me, that's all. So why to interfere unnecessarily in her lifestyle? Every day, same routine. She will go to the nearby streets and sell that buttermilk or milk or whatever, curd, and evening she will come back with some sweets and candy and some food for that Krishna and for her, for me also. After 10 days, usually I don't stay more than a week or 10 days in any village. I said, all right, now I am going for my pilgrimage, because I was going towards a big Shiva temple called Somnath. She started crying. She said, no, Baba, don't go. Baba means father. Don't think I'll ask you to work. I'll give you food every day. Why do you want to leave me and go? I feel so happy that Krishna himself has come in your farm into my house, and please stay. I told, no, I'm not unhappy with you, but I'm a sadhu. I'm a sannyasi. I should supposed to travel. I can't stay in one place, and I have to go for my pilgrimage. She started telling, no, don't go, 2-3 words. When she understood that she can't convince me, she went and sat in front of Krishna and started crying. Krishna, tell him not to go. Why don't you convince him? Tell him not to go. Why he is leaving? I did not do any mistake. I feel that you yourself came in the form of a sadhu and you are staying with me and blessing me. And she started crying. Now I felt it is too much. See, as long as she talks to Krishna, I have no problem. But now bringing me also. I went near her and started giving my own philosophical advice. God is formless. Your bhakti is okay, but you should not get attached so much with me and all. Even with me you can't get so much attached. You should not. I am a sadhu. And what are you talking to Krishna? You can worship, you can develop your bhakti, okay, but you think that he will convince me. And not only she was talking to Krishna, she herself is telling the answer. Oh, Krishna, you are telling you should go. He is a sadhu, he should not stay with me. All right, if you say okay. She is talking for herself and talking for Krishna. She is talking as if she is listening the reply from Krishna. Now I said, it is too much. This is too much. And I went near her and told, Arey, what are you doing? You think that he is talking to you? And she very casually, very innocent lady, very casually, she just held my hand and said, Baba, don't you see, he is sitting there. And she held my hand. I promise I saw Krishna there. He was there, sitting as a young boy, with a blue body, whatever way we describe, he was there, just sitting and smiling. Logic can't understand, logic can't explain, but I promise I saw him. He was there. He was there. When she left the hand, again I saw only the statue. The form has disappeared. When she held my hand, just for a few moments, I saw he was there, sitting not as a hallucination. No. I saw him much more clearly, deeply than I am seeing you. He was there. Just I fell at her feet and told her, please don't call me as Baba. You are mother. You are 1,000 times more than any sadhu, any sannyasi. All my ego, intellectual ideologies, the intellectual personality, the logical personality simply fell at her feet. She was shocked. She said, Baba, you are a sadhu, you should not touch my feet. It's sin for me. I said, I may be wearing this cloth, but you are 1,000 times greater than any sadhu, any logical person, any intellectual person. If you can open up so much, that statue can become alive. And if you can transmit that experience to somebody just by holding the hand, this is what I call initiation. You are my guru. I told her, no guru can give me darshan or experience just by touching. They can only give mantra. You gave me darshan, you are my guru. Just I fell at her feet. She was shocked. But let me be very clear. I understood the power of opening up, the power of trusting in that incident. That taught me how the power of opening up can transform your being. Nothing else can transform you. No learning, no teaching. Nahi nahi rakshadi tukrun. First time I understood all my studies, because I had a big pride that just by studying, just by reading all and having this knowledge, you can achieve something. No. No. When I had my darshan through a old lady, her whole wealth is not more than $1,000. Her whole wealth, her house, cow, everything, clothes, everything if you put together and sell, it will not be more than $1,000. That's our whole worth. That is her property, life and everything. But the quality of life she is living, I can't explain. Living with God. Understand? She is living with God. I was shocked. I was shocked. Just I fell at her feet and did complete namaskar. She was frightened because a sadhu touching her feet, she never expected. I said, you are my guru, you are my master, because not only I have not achieved the spiritual truths which you achieved, the height, not only you achieved, you are able to transmit to somebody just by a touch, just by one touch, she is able to give that experience. She has become a big inspiration source for me.
Yes, as we heard just now, this very story from the life of the Avatar. Today, for all of us, that very concept, living with God, is what we do as Leela Dhyana, what we continuously, even His Divine Holiness Swamiji, when he was as a young 12-year-old, the young avatar, at that time he himself was practicing that concept, living with God, and that itself is what had led to that experience at the age of 12 years old. He had said that whatever his gurus did, whom he considered as God, that is how he chose to react. Everything, whether it is the way he walks, how he gets up, how he'll react to a certain situation, all of these things, he will only react, he will only do just as his guru would do. And that is what he considered literally living with God. And it is what is living enlightenment. What His Divine Holiness is teaching to all of us, the science of living enlightenment through so many different programs, initiations, power manifestation. It is literally what he himself lived and what he continues to speak about, continues to exemplify in so many different ways. We know even that it was during this very event that in this very place Swamiji had been wandering, and shortly after that he had the revival, the avataric mission, realization, the ultimate experience, the first great pause. That was the first great pause that happened when the superconscious energy had suddenly started to break through, to manifest in another level. After that only did the entire revival of Sri Kailasa start happening. And he started every single day serving the humanity, delivering the superconscious breakthrough. Of course, every single person whom he met, every single interaction, divine interaction and blessing which he bestowed, he continuously was radiating and transmitting that very superconscious energy, but with a new intensity. It started in the year 2000, after the first great pause. Every single day since then, we know the day in and day out, His Divine Holiness Swamiji has poured his life and energy into the revival of Sri Kailasa. Let's take a look at what exactly happened on this very day in the history of Sri Kailasa, as we had looked about. See, every single day, His Divine Holiness has continuously poured his life into working, contributing to people, giving darshan, executing new projects and plans, expanding in some way or another. And we truly can only understand his contribution to the whole world if we just start seeing day by day. Today, in the history of Sri Kailasa, in the last 20 years that Swamiji has been reviving Sri Kailasa, has revived this great enlightenment ecosystem and the Hindu nation. He has day in, day out contributed and given so many different ways of breakthrough. In June 3rd of 2004, His Divine Holiness was even conducting the Himalaya Yatra. Just now we heard the story of how Swamiji had wandered throughout the length and breadth of India. He had wandered throughout the Himalayas as well. And in many places he had the divine interactions with so many deities and so many different profound spiritual experiences. This very place, this very land, the Himalayas, is what Swamiji later on gave as an opportunity for all of us to also understand and experience for us. So beginning in 2004, His Divine Holiness started taking tours to the Himalayas. Today, in history of Sri Kailasa, on this very day, June 3rd, in 2005, the Himalaya Yatra was also taken, and he was started to give the opportunity for hundreds of participants to, along with Swamiji, be guided through the Himalayas and have many different spiritual awakenings. During these Himalaya tours, along with at least 4 to 5 tour buses, large tour buses, would travel throughout the Himalayas, and they would stop at each and every one of these great spiritual pilgrimage sites such as Badrinath, Kedarnath, the entire way, in between going by bus and many times going by walk. As you can see, Swamiji is leading so many hundreds of participants. He has continuously been giving the very experiences which he had, giving us the opportunity to have those very experiences, to walk throughout the Himalayas, walk in each of the villages, interact with the people, and be in the very place where so many gods and goddesses have literally walked. So many great energy centers, temples are there, is the very opportunity that Swamiji had given to hundreds of people every single year. On this very day, in fact, in 2005, we are seeing the pictures of today in Sri Kailasa, in the history of Sri Kailasa, June 3rd, 2005, when Swamiji had taken participants on Himalaya Yatra, and it would be a very extreme and extremely enjoyable experience for all of the participants. In this very place, this is the city of Badrinath, of the temple Badrinath, which you just saw Swamiji sitting on the doorstep, on one of the doorsteps. That Badrinath is a great site where the temple of Mahavishnu resides, and it is the very place where Swamiji had the divine darshan of Mahasaraswati. And this very place, he had taken all of these participants in order to experience ultimately the true oneness with Paramashiva, which he is continuously residing in. And this is the very place where Vyasa had written the Puranas. This very temple which Swamiji is sitting in, and this very place is the very place where Vyasa had written the Puranas, written Ramayana. interactions of being with Swamiji during this time was so intimate, casual, but very intense. And not only that, all of the local shop owners, all the local devotees, everyone saw the huge crowd that Swamiji had attracted and how they all sat before him. They recognized him and were so eager to have their blessings. This is the history of Sri Kailasa. The very experiences that Swamiji had going through and trekking the entire Himalayas, the different experiences that he had in different places, the darshans that he experienced with all different gods and goddesses, including Paramashiva himself, who came down to help Swamiji to heal and aid the avatar when he was even very, very ill. It is at this time that Swamiji lived with complete trust and at complete risk to whatever it is. During these wandering days, and this is the very next year in 2006. The very next year, in 2006, on June 3rd, this very day, in 2006, Swamiji had another set of participants, of devotees, who he guided and trekked the entire Himalayas once again, another Himalaya Yatra. These are the pictures from that very day where Swamiji is taking the devotees, disciples, to different places in the Himalayas. Swamiji had taken the participants in Char Dham in the Himalayas, the four extremely important, significant, historically and also energetically, the places in the Himalayas and which are known in Sanatana Hindu Dharma as the most powerful spiritual pilgrimage sites. Every day, almost every day, Swamiji would gather all the participants, conduct satsang, give revelations of the divine truths which could initiate them into higher living, more productivity, having more bliss and happiness in their lives. As you're seeing, Swamiji is delivering the satsang during this Himalaya Yatra in the evening for all the participants. And in this setting, he would also even take any questions that participants may have and answer them as well. These pictures were glimpses from the Avatar's life from this very day in the history of Sri Kailasa. We were just listening to a beautiful story of Swamiji that Swamiji had reiterated to us, narrated to us about how he had the darshan of Krishna when he was staying in Gujarat. And after that, we have seen how he has literally guided and handheld participants in their own spiritual journey while they were going through the Himalayas, while he guided and they all trekked together through the Himalayas. Every single day, without fail, Swamiji has contributed to humanity in one way or another. These participants, these people are initiated into healing, are initiated into power manifestation, and then after the yatra have so much of energy, so much of newfound inspiration for their lives to go out once again back to their lives and continue using spiritual knowledge that Swamiji had taught them, and the experiences that Swamiji gave, and Swamiji gave the opportunity, literally guided them into that ambience. During the Himalaya Yatra, there's so much of constant interaction with life that happens. So many people will tell you that it is something never to be missed, especially with the Avatar. And it is so amazing that every single day, Swamiji never has taken a day off, has never been out without contributing to humanity, without at all having a day where he has taken a break or anything like that. He has continuously contributed to each and every one of us, dedicated entirely to giving the new and super conscious breakthrough. Every single day is always so exciting to see what on this very day Swamiji had been doing in the last 20 years. Because always it leaves us so enamored, so impressed, and so in awe of the entire contribution of Swamiji, how he tirelessly had worked in order for us to have this experience, in order for people to experience what he has experienced, that ultimate oneness experience with Paramashiva. And he has given so many opportunities for us to literally have that super conscious breakthrough, the very purpose of our lives. Swamiji has continuously, day in, day out, only contributed. And as we just saw, just the very next year, another batch of participants, on the very same day, another batch of participants going through the Himalayas and enriching each and every one. These days would be completely packed. From the beginning of the year to the end, the entire schedule was entirely packed. From Himalaya Yatras to world tours to so many other things. And after some time as well, doing the satsang, doing daily darshan, doing different programs, so much His Divine Holiness has contributed. And through the autobiography of the Avatar, we truly learn about that contribution. We truly learn about how we are so blessed to be living at the same time of the Avatar. Swamiji is the very incarnation of Paramashiva himself. And for each and every one of us, it is that time that we must awaken, we must understand the absolute blessing that it is to be living at the same time as the avatar. Just as Rama had lived on planet Earth, Sri Krishna had lived on planet Earth, Madurai Meenakshi lived, and Sundareshwara Paramashiva lived. We are all living at the time when an avatar is living. I guide all of the participants and encourage each and every one that it is not to be missed to experience for yourself what it is like to live with the avatar, live and have the teachings, be blessed by the teachings of Swamiji. Next, we also have in the history of Sri Kailasa the photos from June 3rd, 2013. These are the photos from this very day in 2013. Swamiji conducted the Rudrabhishekam in the Bidadi, Bengaluru, Adi Kailash, and for the Anandalingam, which is located in the Vaidya Sarovar in Adi Kailash, for this 21-foot Navapashana Linga, Swamiji conducted the Rudrabhishekam and then sat for Pada Puja.
मुरली वाला
So now it has come time for us to lead to the reverence and worship for Swamiji during this auspicious Nithyananda Purnima Brahmotsavam. Let us now offer our reverence and worship to Swamiji from the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalaya.
Nithyanandam. On this auspicious 8th day of the Nithyananda Purnima Utsavam, the Archavatara of His Divine Holiness Swamiji in Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Peetham is gracing in the grand Alankara as Bhagavan Shri Krishna. The Leela that is being celebrated is Swamiji revealing exactly what Bhagavan Shri Krishna intended to convey through the Bhagavad Gita by delivering the Bhagavad Gita satsangs continuously. On this auspicious 8th day of Nithyananda Purnima Utsavam, we celebrate this Leela of His Divine Holiness Swamiji. Let us offer our worship at the feet of His Divine Holiness Swamiji at this moment. Om Dhura Sidhur Vadhurvan Tandhur Vatayo Osman Dhurvati Tandhu Urvayam Vayan Urvam Asman Devanam Sasnitamam Bhaktitamam Justatamam Manhitamam Devahutam Amahritamasi Havirtha Nandirgam Haspamatva Armitrasyatva Shakshabre Kshema Bherma Samnikha Matvahi Om Shri Sarvadeva Devi Sarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha Dhupamagrapayami Om Uddiyipya Svajata Vedo Pakhan Nirritim Mama Pashugishtamahiyama Pahajivanancha Dishodisha Mano Higumti Jata Vedo Kamashvam Purusham Jagate Abhibhadakna Akahishyama Paripataya Om Shri Sarvadeva Devi Surupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha Yekaharati Deepam Sandarshayami Om Madhuvatartayate Madhuksharanti Sindhavaha Madvirna Santoshatihi Madhunakta Mutoshati Madhumatparti Madhumrajaha Madhudyaurattunah Pita Madhumanno Vanaspatir Madhumagam Astuturyaha Madvirgavo Bhavantunaha Madhu Om Shri Sarvadeva Devi Surupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha Naivedyam Nivedayami Om Somo Vaye Tasya Rajyamadatte Yo Raja Sanrajyo Vaso Me Nijate देवसुवामेतानि हवीगुंषि भवन्ति य एतावन्तो वै देवानागं सभाः स एवास्मै सवान् प्रयच्छन्ति स एनं पुनस्तुवन्ते राज्याय देवसूराजा भवति कर्पूरगौरं करुणावतारं तारतारं जगेन्द्रहारं सदा वसन्तं दयारविन्दे भवं वाणी सत्यं नमामि। सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः। सर्वोपचार पूजार्थे कर्पूरनीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि, कक्षां धारयामि।
Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om 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 Nithyananda.
नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव समारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि पराशक्ति मध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्। I welcome all the living and practicing Hindus from all over the world. I welcome all the Sarvanyapita Kartas, Yajamans, manifestors, Sarvaparityahis, Shrimahans, Mahants, Kotari, Tanedars, Kayakalpa Yoga participants, Kailasas, NHU students, and thousands of Paramashivoham participants who have logged in from all over the world having Nayanadiksha, and all those watching us live on Kailasa TV, Kailasa's Hinduism Now TV, Kailasa's Enlightened app, having Nayanadiksha. I welcome all of you with my love and respect. Today, 9th day of the Chittirai Brahmotsavam, celebrations in all the Sarvanya Pitas all over the world happening. Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Meenakshi is gracing in Sarva Alankara, adorned with Amlana Mala. And Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva, Somasundareshwara, is gracing in Sarva Alankara in Swarna Rishabha Vahanam. Today is the Leela of Digvijayam. Devi Meenakshi conquering all the directions and finally directly facing Paramashiva himself one-on-one in Kailasa. Instead of waging war, she finally merges with him in love and oneness. So, let's first offer our worship to Paramashiva and Parashakti Meenakshi. Parampara.
बालार्कारुणपत्नपीठनिलजाम् वामादिशक्त्यावृताम् येलागन्धिसुकुन्तलाम् द्विनजनाम् हेमाम्बरालङ्कृताम् वामे लम्बकराम् सुशैलतनयाम् दक्षे करेन्दीवराम् श्यामाभां शरदिन्दुचारुभदनाम् ध्यायेत् सुमीने क्षणाम्
अथ धूपः
ॐ धूर्वधिधूर्वधूर्वन्तम् धूर्वतयोऽस्मान् धूर्वदिदम् धूर्वयम् वयम् धूर्व
Paramashiva's message directly from Sri Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution and setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. Listen. I am not going to get into conflict or a war, or I am not going to wage wars and fights with existing old infrastructures of Hinduism or anyone's. I am not interested in any conflict, any war, any fight, any violence, anything. I am going to revive Hinduism by setting up a model community, enlightenment ecosystem. I am going to create absolutely from the scratch newly. Self-sustaining, temple-based, Hindu ancient enlightenment ecosystem and civilization based on that. Understand? Kailasa is reviving the ancient Hindu enlightened civilization. Paramashiva himself manifested this Kailasa Mandala, the enlightenment ecosystem, and the lifestyle. I am going to revive this whole enlightenment ecosystem, Kailasa, by creating a model Kailasas all over the world. I want all my disciples and the whole Kailasa, all the Sangha, Nithyananda Sangha, to know this important thing. We are not going to wage war with anyone. We are not interested in any war, any violence, any conflict, any contradiction. We are not going to go and grab somebody's existing Hindu temple or anybody's any property. No. I am not interested in any of it. I will work sincerely, invoke Paramashiva, pray to Paramashiva to manifest in me, in all my disciples, devotees who want to manifest Paramashiva, and revive this spiritual science, which is the core for enlightenment ecosystem. Making you all manifest the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva. And making all of us manifest Paramashiva. All of us gathering, evolving the enlightenment ecosystem all over the world. It does not need to be all of us gathering in one place. It is not necessary. Now I am available everywhere for everyone. We can be as powerful ecosystem in a remote village in Tamil Nadu or remote village in South Africa. Because I am available to all of you all over the world all the time, 24/7. We can be as powerful, authentic, enlightened ecosystem as Kailasa in a remote village in Tamil Nadu, Pattanam or Tiragapadi, or remote village in South Africa, Senegal, or a remote village in Brazil, or a remote village in Uttar Pradesh, or Kashi, or Nepal, or Canada, anywhere. I tell you, all we need is people who are inspired and really want to manifest Paramashiva, who are ready to hold Paramashiva in their inner space and manifest the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva, and superconsciousness of Paramashiva, and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Understand? All conflict, all war, all fights are life negative. Even the person who wins the war would have wasted his whole life by the time he wins the war. That is the reason I withdrew myself from this war. They were trying to drag me, understand? The anti-Hindu mafia, anti-Hindu terrorists, and anti-Guru Hindu mafia. The anti-Hindu terrorists and anti-Guru Hindu mafia, both gangs were trying to drag me into their fight. They were forcing war on me through assassination attempts, lawfare, through multiple ways. They were forcing war on me. Understand? Even if I win the war in the end, my life would have been a big failure Because by the time I win the war, I would have wasted my life. By Paramashiva's grace, I had the clear intelligence, and Kalabhairava protected and protecting me. Because of Paramashiva's grace and Kalabhairava's protection, I withdrew myself from this war and started doing the real work I am supposed to do. I tell you, Ahimsa paramo dharmaha, non-violence is ultimate law of life, dharma. I add one more line, Ahimsa paramo buddhihi yuktihi shaktihi muktihi. Non-violence is ultimate bhakti, yukti, bhukti, mukti means non-violence is ultimate strategy, intelligence, devotion, and ultimately liberation. I tell you, do not be deluded by your manliness. You will waste your whole life in fights and wars, which is forced on you. Only in the end of the war, whether you lose or win, you will realize you lost your life. All my disciples use this as a strategy when we are building Kailasa, when we are manifesting Kailasa all over the world. No conflicts, no wars. That is not going to work out for us. The absolute peace is the fundamental condition for enlightenment ecosystem to manifest. That is why Paramashiva withdrew from human society. Even though he created the whole universe, he is just away from universe. He manifested this whole universe, but he is away from the universe. I tell you. Listen to this. The anti-Hindu terrorists and anti-Guru Hindu mafia, both gangs, the gangs who is absolutely anti-Hindus. There is another gang, anti-Gurus but Hindus. This both gang was somehow trying to drag me into the fight with them. They know if I get into the fight, whether I win the war or lose the war, I would have lost my life. So what I need to deliver to the world would not have been delivered. The most intelligent decision I took in my life, I should say that highest intelligence Paramashiva gave me, is clarity on what for I happened, and the greatest power Kalabhairava gave me is ability to forgive, not to be angry, not to be agitated, but to be ferocious with what I am supposed to do to the world. Understand? Ability to forgive, ability to be non-violent, ability to be established in Ahimsa, ability not to get agitated or deluded in the name of manliness and all this stupid human plain delusion. How long we can tolerate this injustice? All these kind of stupid, delusory ideas. Paramashiva gave me a strength, powerful cognition. And Kalabhairava giving me protection, energy to absolutely be non-violent and make all the enemies irrelevant, redundant. I am too busy in delivering what I am supposed to deliver to the world, this great enlightenment science. The state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva, Kailasa of Paramashiva. I am too busy with that. Focusing only on that. Actually, I withdrew from human society and manifested this Kailasa with the grace of Paramashiva and Kalabhairava to be absolutely in peace and non-violence. Ahimsa, Satya, Asteya, Aparigraha, Brahmacharya, absolute Samadhi space, state, space, powers, being, superconscious, and Kailasa Paramashiva. I tell you. Now we have amazing creativity happening. One side, large scale, Nithyananda Hindu library is getting built. Thanks to Mahadeva Swarupa and his team, taking it up and organizing digital and physical, soft copy and hard copy form, a large NHL, Kailasa's NHL is getting built. Other side, in large scale, birthing of the deities happening in large scale. Thousands and thousands of people are manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva, superconsciousness of Paramashiva, and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Everywhere that enlightenment ecosystem is getting revived. I tell you. Thousands getting initiated. So much of creative work is happening every day. It takes almost 15 hours for me to see even all the creative work getting done all over the world, and Kailasa manifesting, the digital nation getting built in thousands of places, getting ready for the Paramashiva's being manifesting as in the form of Archavatara and Nijavatara. This is the science of Paramashiva's being manifesting. And I tell you, all this is possible because of my ability to be non-violent and not to allow these cheap tactics and strategies of the anti-Hindu terrorists and anti-Guru Hindu mafias attack on me. See, when they attack, not only I have to protect myself from their persecution, assassination attempts, lawfare and defamation, the biggest tyaga is not getting agitated or getting angry, reactive about them attacking me, or not bothered about demanding justice. All my lawyers suggested, Swamiji, the very FIR against you filed in Tamil Nadu is absolute faltu. Never ever after the independence of India, even one FIR is filed, rape charge without any victim. The whole, after independence, some 3.5 lakhs. The rape charges have been filed in India from 1947 to 2010. That FIR they filed on me is the only FIR where there is no victim, or even the changed name of the victim. Sometimes they change the name of the victim to keep the privacy. Even that doesn't exist. The FIR they filed on me and they arrested me. All my lawyers suggested, let us file for malicious prosecution for this arrest. I said, what are you trying to do? Yes, even if we file, by the time we get justice, if at all, it will be 25 years, and either they would have killed me or I will be wasting my life just going after them. That's all. Nothing else. All the anti-Hindu terrorists and anti-Guru Hindu mafia wanted is somehow they want to waste my life. That they are very sure that I should not revive Hinduism. That is their purpose. If I get into the fight with them, I will be fulfilling their purpose. No. Non-violence and no reaction is the best strategy at this time. I tell you, I saved so much of my inner space, energy, intelligence, focus, everything Paramashiva gave me, and go on doing my work and delivering what I need to deliver to the world just because of my ability to forgive and not to bother about the injustice done to me. Ahimsa paramo dharmaha, ahimsa paramayuktihi, ahimsa paramabhuktihi, ahimsa paramabhaktihi, ahimsa paramamuktihi. When an individual is depressed, after familial or socio-demographical or individual factors, he becomes violent and starts doing violent crimes. I tell you, multiple longitudinal studies all over the world proves the violence and anger and depression inside you is deeply connected to literally destroying your life, and by doing some crime on the spot, the spur of the moment, reactionary way, and wasting the whole life after that. Destroying the whole life. The biggest boon I received from Paramashiva is ability to be in Paramashanta Swarupa. Appa. Because of that, I tell you, because of that, not only I am blessed, I have a whole life in front of me. I tell you, I am telling you, really I am telling you. To all my disciples I am talking. I won't lie to you guys. I love you guys. I am going to be in this body healthy, happy, operating, contributing to the whole world for 200 more years. 200 more years. To my mother, whom I love most, and to my daughters, whom I love most as my mother, to all my disciples, I give you guys this word. Remember, understand, I am personally sitting with you in your room and having my hand on your shoulder and talking to you intimately, personally, having a cup of coffee, sipping cup of coffee with you and telling you about my personal life strategies, my secret plans to you. I am going to live for 200 more years, happily, healthily, contributing to all of you and making you all enlightened, intensely, sincerely. Do not worry. The biggest good thing Paramashiva showered on me, blessing I received from Paramashiva is Ahimsa Paramo Dharmaha. Non-violence is the ultimate law of life. Non-violence is the best strategy. I'm telling you. Because of that non-violence, I saved myself and I am going to save all of you, making you all enlightened. Going to do my work, my mission, real work. See, each one of you have put your love, your time, your energy, your treasure, your talent, everything on me. I am responsible for delivering to the world what I am committing. And whether this snake and Shivalinga given by Bhanu Patel or the money Balaji pours for Nithyananda Hindu Library or the money Ramesh Ramani pours for SJP Karta or Prasanna Ramachandran and Shrikant Iyer, all their hard work, time, treasure, talent they are pouring, or Snehamai working whole day and night. All your ambitions, your love, your time, treasure, talent, which you guys are pouring on me, I am responsible for that. And I am responsible to deliver to the world what I am supposed to deliver. All of you Sarvaparityagis, SJP, Sarvanyapita Kartas, Yajamans, manifestors, all of you have so much of hope on me. Based on my track record, last 20 years, what I delivered to the world. Actually, recently we discovered more beautiful things. I started my public life not in 2000, but in 1995. We have discovered my public satsangs, classes, audios, video, photographs from 1995 in Sri Ramakrishna Puram of Mylapore. When I was brahmachari in the Ramakrishna mission, every week I used to go to Ramakrishnapura. There is a place in Mylapore where the branch of Ramakrishna mission is there, extended center. I used to take classes to all the Gurukul, weekend Gurukul. Some devotee recorded, audio recorded, not video, audio recorded and photographed those satsangs and classes we got. So I started my public life from 1995. We have evidences now. The more and more new discoveries are coming. From 1995, my public life, my hard work till 2020, last 25 years of track record, seeing that all of you have put your time, treasure, talent on me. Till now we have around maybe 20,000 hours of video recorded, speeches, darshans, initiations. Now with these recent new discoveries of my audio recording, satsangs and photographs and other classes and evidences, if they come, that will get added. And the track record of my public life with evidence is pushed back now 5 more years. As a brahmachari of the Ramakrishna order, I used to regularly go and take classes in multiple organizations, ashrams and gurukuls and schools. I never spoke about it because we don't have evidence, we don't have audio, video, photographs of that. And now fortunately we have started getting from some old devotees in those days who took it and kept it. Now they are digging out from their old albums and collections and sending it to us. I tell you. This 25 years of track record has inspired all of you to pour your time, treasure, talent. When you are pouring all of it, I am responsible for it. Whether you poured 1 rupee or 1 hour of your time volunteering, or you are pouring your whole hope. My Gurukul kids, when I see the eyes of Paramashiva and Jnana Prakasha, my sons, my daughters, all of you have put your whole future on me. I am all your future. So I have to be successful to make all your lives successful, to make you all enlightened. I want to tell each of my Gurukul kid, whether Ma Shambhava or Mahadeva or Paramesha or Priyamaya or Shivayoga or Bhairava Priya, I want to tell each one of my kids, sons and daughters, Tattva, Sundareshwara, every one of you, understand, listen and internalize. Remember, I am talking to each one of you individually, sitting in Kailash courtyard Singh, having a cup of coffee with all of you. Having little butter and laddu and talking to each one of you personally. Listen to this. I love you guys. I am going to be alive, happy, making all of you, each one of you manifest state, space, powers being super consciousness, Kailasa of Paramashiva. Understand? I have a clear plan, I am already successful. For each one of you I have a clear vision and I am already successful. I have place for each one of you. Dump the Macaulay's education and the ideas of the old world order. The new world order is going to be Paramashiva centric and super consciousness based. The new world order, future is ours. The most important strategy why I am successful is Ahimsa Paramo Dharmaha. Absolutely established in non-violence. That is why even my inner space does not get agitated by all these anti-Hindu terrorists and anti-Guru Hindu terrorists. Both gang does not even agitate me inside. I go on sitting and weaving. See, just like how when people don't have any other work, when they have free time, they do that knitting muffler and the sweater and all that. Like that I sit and knit that super conscious software. Okay, next power, super conscious software, done. Then next power, done. Then next power, done. Maybe it takes around 21 days for me to complete one set of powers. Usually one set of powers will be somewhere, something like between 21 to 42. That will be one set. Connected to any one chakra, one mandala, one intra-organ. So I will go on, be knitting that whole software in Samadhi and done. Next. I am able to do this super conscious power manifesting software knitting because of non-violence. The worst torture for the culinaries is me not bothered about them and continuously doing my super conscious software knitting. And ready with the whole setup, a next initiation, a next initiation. Even if I got into fight with these anti-Hindu terrorists or the anti-Guru Hindu terrorists, they would have been successful. See, they don't have any purpose for their life. They are suicidal already. Already they are interested in suicide. They don't have any future or purpose. They don't have any excitement about anything great. Getting excited about the great things for the humanity, positive great contribution for humanity. That is the vision for life. They don't have any of it. They are already frustrated. They are in suicide mode. They just want to destroy anyone comes in their eyes. Even if you are seen by them, it is dangerous. Even if I got into fight with them, I would have lost my life. I might have won in the war, in the end, but I would have lost my life. The purpose for which I happened would not have been fulfilled. That is what I never wanted, and Kalabhairava protected me. Paramashivas gave me the intelligence and Kalabhairava protected me. The best thing happened to me and to the whole world is Kailasa. Ahimsa pratishtayam tatsannidau vairatyagaha. Understand? Ahimsa paramo dharmaha. Because I am established in this ahimsa, I am going to continue to manifest all the greatest and best things to the world, to all of you. I tell you. Now again, I am back to talking to my kids. All my kids. Visualize, you are sitting with me in the Kailash courtyard. Me on the swing, sitting. All of you sitting around, doing power manifestation. Mahavir going around, making one by one manifest each different powers. Visualize this scene, and I am talking to all of you. Eating little Tirupati laddu. That's the most favorite sweet I ever put it in my mouth. Nothing other than Tirupati laddu can go in my mouth which has sugar. I'll never touch sugar. Only Tirupati laddu is the only exemption which has sugar goes into my mouth. Other than Tirupati laddu, never, because that is Venkateshwara's very bioenergy, prasada. Other than Tirupati laddu, which is the prasadam, nothing else which has sugar can go into my mouth. I'm sipping little coffee. I'm telling you all, energizing the Jnananjana, playing with those mandalas, creating the energized sacred ash and kumkum. In this scene, I am talking to all of you the authentic truths I wanted to reveal to all of you. Listen. Take non-violence as a strategy for life. I can transmit all the powers into you just like that. Listen, all my kids. Just now I told you, I love you guys equivalent to my mother, because my mother is my past. She is the gratitude component of my life, that whatever she contributed for me in the past, my gratitude. Like my mother is my past, you, my daughters and sons, are my future. Both of you are equal for me. And I am telling you guys, the greatest thing I saw from my mother is her non-violence. And not only that, she never made me feel I am orphan by solving all the conflicts and never allowing a single conflict because of her presence in my life. Listen to this very carefully. She will never say, this is the way I am contributing so much, then tolerate the conflict I am creating. You solve, you give the solution. These cheap fellows who entered the Sangha yesterday, they will try to say, she is not respecting me, he is not respecting me, he is doing so much of injustice, she is doing so much of injustice, she is shouting at me, he is shouting at me. What have you contributed? Did you even have a basic training? No, but I don't want to have training. If somebody trains me, I will abuse them, saying that they are shouting at me. You creating conflict is making me feel as orphan, that you are no more part of my life. My mother never ever made me feel as orphan, because there will not be a single conflict due to her existence. That is the extreme sacrifice I have seen with her. Whoever makes sure that there will not be any conflict because of your existence in my life is only going to be part of my life. Understand? Throwing tantrum, okay, I am leaving, then that anybody can do. Leave, who wants, who cares, what else can be done? That's all. That's what you want, you do. Staying and making sure there is no conflict because of our existence is non-violence. This is the lesson I want all my sons and daughters to learn from my mother. She never gave up. The day she came into the ashram, from that day to till now, never I have seen her even once telling, let me go. No question of even that idea. And same way, any conflict, she will sacrifice and find the solution. She will never say, let Swamiji find the solution. This is the way I am, and people are treating me, so much injustice is done to me. Never. Never. That is why I say she is Sangha Janani. Just because of the feeling grounded she gives me, the security she gives me. She is not big strategic person or a active or workaholic person, no. But that feeling grounded, that absolute security she provides to me, I can be absolutely sure there will not be any conflict due to her presence in any situation, anywhere. She will only solve the conflict by sacrificing. Any extreme tyaga she will do. She will make sure that conflicts are resolved and I am not loaded with conflict because of her presence. That extreme tyaga, that makes me to feel that she is part of me, not just because she biologically gave birth to my body. I am telling you, her extreme tyaga, that makes me to feel that she is part of me. She is Sangha Janani. Never ever her presence created any conflict. Each of my daughters and sons learn this tyaga and non-violence from her. You will be part of my life and Kailasa. I tell you, this is exactly the strategy I have with life. I will do any extreme tyaga and make sure I am only contributing what I need to contribute. Hey, fighting with some stupid culanaries and wasting life any fool can do. Then the whole life will be wasted. I am not that kind of a fool. I am here as Paramashiva to contribute to the humanity. The state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva, super consciousness of Paramashiva, and Kailasa of Paramashiva. I tell you, these racists, terrorists, culinaries, They don't have a few vision for the humanity, or they are not excited about the vision for the humanity or contributing to humanity. They are already frustrated. Their life has no value. But Paramashiva has revealed his vision for the humanity into me, and he has decided to manifest through me, and he is manifesting through me. So I am only responsible for his strategies. With that responsibility, I am telling all of you, these are the basic Bala Patam, basic lessons I am revealing to all of you. It's not something great. Actually, back to basics with integrity is enlightenment. I am defining enlightenment. Back to basics with integrity is enlightenment. Nothing else. I am just getting all of you back to basics with integrity. Priyamai, I was telling that she vomited because of the castor oil. I said it's perfectly alright, nothing wrong. You must be having too much of unnecessary antibiotics in your system. The toxins due to antibiotics, castor oil will make you vomit and clean it up. Best detox. You see, when you take castor oil, whether western gate opens or eastern gate opens, don't worry. கீழவாசல் திறந்தாலும் சரி, மேலவாசல் திறந்தாலும் சரி, கவலையே படாதீங்க. ரெண்டுமே கிளீனிங் தான். In Tamil, கீழவாசல் has two meaning, eastern gate and lower gate. மேலவாசல் has two meaning, western gate and upper gate. Anything opens, any hole opens is perfectly alright with castor oil. It is detoxification. It is detox. Don't worry at all. Only the quantity, you consult with some Ayurvedic website or local Ayurvedic physician, because the quantity is supposed to be for each person. See, a body structure, a lean structure like Priyamaya and all may need less quantity. But bigger, larger frames like Niramaya or Madhira may need little more quantity. So, the quantity is dependent on the person and body structure. That is why I am not able to precisely prescribe the quantity. You can consult with a local Ayurvedic physician or any Ayurvedic websites, known Ayurvedic websites. In 1 or 2 days, you will get the right quantity and the balanced idea. I tell you that. I am talking to my Gurukul kids, my future, and letting all of you listen to this conversation. Who is my hope, my ambition, my future, and I am their future, their ambitions, their whole life. Between this intimate beings, the communication can be only 100% integrated and honest and truthful. There cannot be lie between them and me and them. Neither they can keep any lies and non-integrity, or nor I can keep any lies and non-integrity, because both of us are committed to life. Lives after lives. So, I am talking to my Gurukul kids, with whom I committed life after life and who committed life after lives to me. Understand? learn absolute non-violence as strategy, and always feel this lesson from my mother. By her existence, she will never allow any conflict to come. She will do any level of sacrifice, but make the conflict disappear, because she knows if there is a conflict left, it's a load for Swamiji. It's a huge load on Swamiji. No. Whoever feels, I will be part of the Sangha, be with Swamiji, and make sure there is no conflict because of my presence, I will do any tyaga, extreme tyaga, and make sure there is no conflict because of my presence. That decision, that persons, those beings are my sons and daughters and my extension. You will be in Kailasa with me, I will be with you forever. And this is the non-violence my Sangha, my kids, my Kailasavasis should learn. I'll be with Sangha, I'll be with Swamiji, and I will not allow any conflict. I will do the Tyaga and heal all the conflicts, clear all the conflicts, confusions. I tell you, all this asking for justice is absolute delusion and violence. Karna goes and asks Krishna, so much of injustice for me in the life. My mother left me in Ganga when I am born, and I grew up as Shudra, even though I am a Kshatriya, and not knowing my father's name, what kind of a life? Krishna smiled and said, do you know, not only I did not grow up with my parents, how many assassination attempts I have to face as a baby. If you see the injustice done to Karna and Kanna, Kanna had more, 100 times more than Karna, but Kanna did not react. He responded. Karna reacted. Karna's life got wasted. Kanna contributed to the whole universe. I tell you, I want all my devotees to bring this powerful cognition, strategy in your life. Meditate on this today. This is the essence of all my teachings. Ahimsa paramo dharmaha. Non-violence is biggest law of life. Listen. I want each one of you to understand what I am saying. Start in your personal life, in your family. All this asking for justice is delusion. Asking for justice is the cunning way you will be trapped into the war, and finally your whole life will be destroyed. Whoever did not listen to this teaching of Krishna is responsible for Mahabharata war. Krishna tried his best. Nobody was ready to listen. Now I am telling you, whoever is ready to listen to me, I will get them and make Kailasa. I am not going to get into Mahabharata. No. I am not going to waste my life. Fortunately, Krishna was able to do both. He contributed what he needed to contribute and he waged the Mahabharata war also, because that was very less time. But now I am not going to waste my time in anything else. I am going to focus only on contributing what I have to contribute. And apply this principle in your life. Listen. Apply this principle in your life. Krishna tried non-violence and Ahimsa as a strategy. He literally begged, he himself went as a peace ambassador to Duryodhana's court, where he was disrespected without even being given a seat. Why should he face all that abuse he did? He faced. But the collective negativity was so much, it was unavoidable. That is why finally he decided, at least let me manage the scene personally and let the destruction be lowest. Let weapons be destroyed so that no other future destruction is possible. It is like a controlled conditions, diffusing all the nuclear weapons. That's exactly Krishna did. He diffused all the nuclear weapons, Brahmastras, in controlled condition, so that the future, humanity has a safe future. No fool can go cranky and destroy the humanity just because of his whims and fancies. So Krishna has tried his best and did his best. Listen. Now I am telling you. I want each one of you to understand this one. Ahimsa Paramo Dharma as the strategy. Do not waste time in the deluding concept called justice. I tell you. Usually people who attack you, after attacking, they will cry victim and ask for justice. And I tell you, anyone asks for justice falls into the delusion and gets into war directly or indirectly and wastes the whole life, even if he wins in the end. I am telling you. Start applying this principle, Ahimsa Paramo Dharma, inside you to bring completion. Inside your family to bring completion. Listen, I will do Tyaga of any extreme and make sure there is no conflict with the people who are living around me, who gave their life to me, for whom I am giving my life, with whom I am committed. Then extend that to the office, your team. Then extend that to the Sangha, teamily. Family, team, teamily. Family is immediate biological family. Team is office, your office. Teamily is Sangha. Extend this to all three. This is the biggest lesson from my mother's life to all my daughters and sons. Because of my presence, there will not be any conflict. I will be verily part of Swamiji's life and Sangha. I will be absolutely active and contributing everything best I can do and make sure I will do such extreme Tyaga that there will not be conflict between me and the Sangha or any conflict due to my presence. I tell you, there are so many people trying to tell me, oh, I am okay and great with Swamiji, but this admin gang need to be taught a lesson. They don't respect me, they don't care for me, they don't know the great contribution I am doing, I have done to the Sangha. Hey. All these are absolute delusion and arrogance. Whoever decides, I will be with Swamiji, I will not leave. I will not leave him as orphan. Or I will not make myself feel orphan by leaving Swamiji. I will be with Swamiji verily, honoring my integrity and commitment. And I will make sure I will do the Tyaga. And there will not be any conflict because of my presence. And all these stupid fellows ask, oh, how much Tyaga I can do? How much ever Tyaga I do, they exploit me. All these are delusion. Deluded people feel exploited. Tyagis feel only showered. If you are feeling exploited, you are deluded. You are exploiting others. If you feel showered, you are a Tyagi. You are showering on others. That's the truth. I am telling you. Sita. Actually, just we celebrated Sita Navami, Sita's birth. What a Tyaga. She decided because of her presence, she does not want any conflict in Ayodhya and she goes to forest. It's not that Sita was driven away without her consent. She also accepted. Hey, she's a queen. She's equally powerful to Rama. She could have said, get lost. I am sitting here. I am living here. You solve your problem with washerman. Get him out of Ayodhya. Why me? I am a queen. He is after all a washerman. She did not tell that. She said, no, there should not be any conflict due to me in Ayodhya ecosystem. Let me do Tyaga. What a Tyaga. But I am not even asking you to leave. No. Leaving is not solution now. Working with a washerman, making him understand, bringing to completion, Rama or Sita or washerman all living together, making everyone understand and making everyone come to completion. Doing that Tyaga is only what I want now for Kailasa. I am so happy to know that Ramayana has become the most watched show globally. DD National has declared April 16th, 7.7 crore people across the globe watched the Ramayana rerun. Hey, Ramayana is a evergreen story. Which is 4 times more than the Game of Thrones viewership. Nothing can be compared to Ramayana. Actually, once the Ayodhya temple is built, that is going to be the world's largest pilgrim center, maybe within 3 years. The day Ayodhya Ram temple, the Kumbhabhishekam, Prana Pratishtha is done and open to public for darshan, it will be the world's largest pilgrimage center in the world within 3 years. I am telling you, maximum it may take 3 years. It will become world's largest pilgrim center. Rama. Hey, Rama. When they say Shiva is a devotee of Rama, I have no conflict or feeling disrespected, or the Shiva is disrespected, nothing. Rama is absolutely worthy and charismatic enough for Shiva to be his devotee. Ramayana is eternal. Eternal superhit. Listen. Listen. Essence of what I wanted to convey to all of you. Especially to my kids, who are my future, for whom I am the future. All my Balasans, for whom I am the future, and for me you are my future. All of you listen, and all others, devotees, Kailasa disciples, all of you understand. What I am talking to my intimate people is the lesson for you also. So I am letting you overhear this conversation. You visualize you are secretly overhearing this. Only then you will follow it sincerely. Anything told directly to you, you don't follow. Anything which you secretly overhear, you think, so I am letting you over here. To my kids, I am talking directly. Listen. Each one of you, understand? I am having my hand on your shoulder and with a cup of coffee, I am telling you intimately, looking into your eyes. Listen. Non-violence is the ultimate strategy for life. That is the strategy with which I got all the best things from Paramashiva and contributed best things to the world. What's my greatness? I got best things from Paramashiva and I gave those best things to the world. Both was possible for me by adopting non-violence as the ultimate strategy in every level. I never questioned Paramashiva. When so much of injustice done to me, not even once I turned to him and asked, why is this happening to me? Why are you doing this to me? Why don't you stop this being done to me? Never. I will be absolute chaste disciple. Mahadeva, I know. You are letting me learn something. You are teaching me something. Please tell me in the language I understand. That's all. Just let me understand your language and let you tell me the language I understand. Mahadeva, that's all is my prayer. That one absolute non-violence, no anger, no reaction, no reactionary assumption between me and my Guru, Paramashiva. That made me receive all the best things from him. All the best things from him. Same way. That strategy of non-violence, forget about all this injustice done, persecution attacks. Let us contribute. Let us contribute. Let us contribute. Finally, the day has come. It is decided that if I am continuing to live in Biddi ashram, I will be assassinated because the racist terrorists, the anti-Hindu terrorists, and anti-Guru Hindu mafia, both have penetrated the whole Sangha so tightly. They are ready to strangulate me at any time. I realize that. So the whole first circle, which wants to protect me, also has realized. The day then the decision was made, I have to leave. I have to leave if I have to be alive and contributing. Went to Paramashiva, Kalavairava, did namaskar and prayers, and I do not know when next time again will I be ever able to see those deities with these eyes or anything. That nothing is sure. And I am not just a Vedanti who says, oh, God is everywhere and Paramashiva is in that deity, is in me and all that. I understand, I realize, and I know all that experience is different. I am an agamic person who enjoys looking at the deities, who decorates, who makes, and who loves the Nijavatara. See, I love Archavatara as I love the Nijavatara, both. I am that kind of person. So I do not even know when I am going to see them again, or will I ever be able to see them again. So after finishing my prayers, I stepped out of the campus. The first word I uttered, it is time to create Hindu nation, Kailasa. That's the first word. It is time to contribute. No frustration, no anger, no depression. Neither on Paramashiva for taking away the whole thing I built for last 20 years, nor on this anti-Hindu, racist terrorists or the anti-Guru Hindu gang mafia. Nothing, no questions. It is time to do the next level contribution. That's what Paramashiva is instructing. Let's do it. I tell you, non-violence, ahimsa, to the core of no questioning my Guru. No question of questioning my Guru, Mahadeva, Paramashiva. And same way, no question of getting involved in any violence, war, nothing. Absolute non-violence, Tyaga. I have done the Sarabari Tyaga. And I know Paramashiva has best and best and bestest, best, more best, better than the best is only having for me and my future. And I am seeing that happening. And I tell you, all my kids, listen. Have this non-violence as a strategy between you and Swamiji, your Guru, you and your brother, sister, disciples, Guru Bhais, and you and the world. In all levels, apply non-violence as strategy. Sarva Parityaga. Tyaga as applied principle. And make sure there is no conflict because of your existence. You should exist, active, alive, kicking around, contributing, and no conflict due to your existence. And I tell you, I commit with you guys, whoever takes this as your strategy in the inner space and applied methodology for your life, You will be part of me physically in Kailasa as part of my team. Forget about past. I am ready to forgive your past. Write off your past. Declare today and start doing it from today. You will reach Kailasa. I am telling each one of you, I can name each one of you. And I tell you, Paramashiva always tests, giving you sufferings and pains to see what kind of a pattern you adopt for reaction and response. If he sees you are adopting the strategy of non-violence, then he knows you are a different metal altogether. You are a different metal altogether. Then he just picks you up and keeps you on the jeta. He sees the Tyaga of Ganga. How much ever she is abused, never asks for justice. Goes on sacrificing. That is why he keeps her on the jeta. Lets her enjoy his body continuously flowing through him. Even Parvati has only half of Paramashiva's Ganga body, because she flows all over. Paramashiva and Parvati both sides. I can name each one of you. Tattva, Tattvajnana, Supriya, Vedarupa. Each one of you I can name. The kids. Each one of you I can name. And tell you. Adopt this as a strategy for your relationship with Guru, and for your relationship with yourself, and for your relationship with your brothers and sister disciples, Guru Bhais, and your relationship with the world, and your relationship with the teamily, with everyone. Non-violence as absolute strategy. You will receive best things from Paramashiva, and you will give the same best things to the world. And you will be physically part of my team in Kailasa with me. And I want all the devotees, disciples, to listen to this satsang again and again and internalize how non-violence and life positive approach in every level makes you successful, makes you contributing any war you get into. Even if you win it in the end of the war, you lose your life, which is far more precious than any victory in the war. You may have victory in war, but you are loser in life. Understand what I am saying. Understand what I am saying. You may not win in the war, you may even win in the war, but you will be losing life if you get into the war. Not getting into the war is the most successful, powerful strategy to contribute in the life. That's the best. If you want to be part of the Paramashiva scheme, evolve this one strategy. No conflicts because of my presence. I will do extreme tyaga. And no conflicts because of my presence. Anyone adopts this strategy will be handpicked and called by Paramashiva personally to be part of his team in Kailasa physically. It's a commitment from Paramashiva. So with this, I request all of you to watch this satsang again and again, at least 2-3 times. Because everything I describe, I detail, need to be internalized. You need to map it to your life. How? The non-violence can be applied within me, with me. Means how? In your own relationship with yourself, you are so violent and abusive. When you are alone in your bathroom, in your restroom, how violent you are with yourself. How abusive words you are using within you, about you, with you. See that. All the frustration you are carrying, anger you are carrying, depression you are carrying about you is all violence. Iron out all of it, complete all of it, drop all of it, digest all of it, detox yourself from all of it. Then drop the violence you have with your first circle, your family, with whom you are living, spending more time. Then drop the violence with the team, office, with whom you are working. Drop the violence. Adopt non-violence and sacrifice as a strategy. Tyaga as a strategy. With yourself, with your family, with your team, with your teamily, Sangha, and ultimately whole world, Kailasa. And naturally, when you do it with yourself, you will do it with your Guru. That's it. When you start doing this, you will receive the best things from Paramashiva and you will contribute best things to the world. That's it. That's it. I tell you guys, because of my right strategies, I'll be successful and fulfill all your ambitions with which you put so much of time, treasure, talent on me and Kailasa. And I'll make it successful for all of you and make you all manifest the state, space, powers, being super consciousness and Kailasa Paramashiva. So with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam. Living and radiating the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and Kailasa Paramashiva. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful. Whatever you think as your strength, like how much cash you have, how much gold you have, how much money you have in the bank, what all properties you have, your secret passwords, passcodes, your strength secrets, you will tell only to your son or your daughter to whom you are going to give your inheritance. Same way, most important, powerful secrets Paramashiva has given to his son Muruga, Subramanya, in Agama called Sarvanyanottaragamam. All the powerful secrets the father will tell only to his son. It is too secret. I am going to open that Agama and give all the essence of all those secrets. Secrets of Charyapada lifestyle, secrets of Kriyapada, secrets of Yogapada, and secrets of Jnanapada. I will make you all feel you are 16, not just physically, even mentally. You will all be romancing with the whole universe. No frustration, nothing, no corona, no depression, no bothering about economy, no sudu, no soranai, nothing. Next 16 days, no fantasy, only visualization, no delusion, only consciousness. Till now, I manifested, revealed the signs of state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva. Now, direct process, directly from Paramashiva to manifest the being of Paramashiva, because the world is ready. Akasha Bhairava is the God who makes all our beings ready for Paramashiva to manifest. It will be centered on Akasha Bhairava and making Paramashiva manifest in all of us. The program will be Guru Dakshina based. It will be dependent on you. You can't put any monetary value for it. If 10,000 of us can sit together and manifest the being of Paramashiva, not only we will heal the coronavirus in the whole world, we will give a super conscious breakthrough to the world. Whatever I was talking after the great fast, I am going to make that all into reality. This will be the most life positive happening on planet Earth. All of you, make the decision to attend Paramashivam from simple integrity. My purpose is to make you attend sincerely, that's all.
Nithyanandam. Every morning, powerful satsangs and truths by Swamiji. Every day, as we hear Swamiji, to the powerful way to live our life, but not only that, manifesting and expressing the being of Paramashiva. Even then, due to apasmara, due to our forgetfulness, we forget to apply, to remember Swamiji's great truths. But every single day, every single morning, Swamiji comes back and reminds us the true purpose of our life and who we truly are. Not being affected by our own patterns, our unconscious way of life. We, by nature, by default, get affected, pulled by our own patterns. When we hear Swamiji's powerful truths, we are reminded again and again who we truly are, the Paramashiva in us. To realize this truth, Swamiji has given us various programs. Of course, now, even through the COVID, even through all the negativities that happen around us, establishing this truth in us and manifesting the being of Paramashiva is Paramashivoham Level 2, a 16-day program specially designed for us, a special gift that Swamiji gives us. Swamiji as Paramashiva, as Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, is gifting us directly from Sri Kailasa. And with this season 5, Swamiji is introducing to us the Sarvajnanottara Agama, the sacred powerful secrets that Paramashiva has given to Lord Subramanya. He is gifting us. As seasons come and go, the 5th season is also going to be coming to an end in a few days. But not to worry, season 6 is starting on June 8th. If you have missed, or even if you have attended any of the Paramashivoham Level 2 seasons, you're welcome to participate and register in season 6 of Paramashivoham Level 2. Starting on June 8th, you can register for yourself at paramashivoham.org. Or if you'd like to get a taste, a glimpse of what Swamiji is talking about, to get a taste of Nirvikalpa Samadhi, the Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi, Jnana Yajna, continues to happen every single day for the betterment of the world, for global peace and to heal the world of COVID-19. You can register for this at kailasa.tv/minute4 peace. And today we have a very, very special webinar by our own Nithyananda Swami at 6:30 p.m. Yours honestly. You can register for this special webinar at www.nithyanandamayiswami.com. A beautiful special webinar by our own Nithyananda Swami, not to be missed today at 6:30 p.m. So let us enjoy and benefit from all the gifts of Sri Kailasa that Swamiji Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam is gifting us every day. Thank you, Nithyananda.
life itself becomes so blissful, so joyful.
This meeting is being recorded.
The power manifestation session. Let's sit straight, visualize Bhagavan in third eye, and start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Vandvatitam Gagana Sadusham Tattvamasya Lakshim Ekam Nityam Davalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, such a beautiful space that Bhagavan has literally spoken to all our listening to be in the space of Ahimsa, in the Paramashanta Swarupa. How beautifully he said, when Rama, instead of him asking the Dhobi to go, he would have said, the Dhobi, be in completion with Sita and living together. Bhagavan literally is living with all the people. Literally, if Bhagavan was there in Mahabharata, he would have said, let's complete Saguni, let's complete Duryodhana, and let's complete everybody and live in the Ahimsa space. He would live with everybody, and beyond Mahabharata would have created the ultimate space of oneness. Such a beautiful space of non-violence. With that space, let's start the power manifestation today. First, let's understand what is power manifestation. Power manifestation is a science. It's nothing but a cognitive shift and can infuse powerfulness into any action or state that we are in. It raises the frequency of our body and mind to the ultimate powerfulness, Turyatita state. Bhagavan beautifully said that he would not question Paramashiva, Arunagiri Yogeshwara, but he would ask to him to guide him into the powerful space, how to understand, what to learn, and how to expand from that situation. Instead of questioning our frustration and all the depression, going into more and more frustration, if we question what is that we need to expand, what is that we need to do the tyaga, to give up, to expand into the space of oneness with Paramashiva. Paramashiva has come down in physical form. He is living being. He is Ajomaha, beyond the form and formless. He is Satyojata face, Vamadeva, Agora, Tatpurusha, Ishana, constantly doing the Panchakritya of manifestation, sustenance, regeneration, delusion, and liberation. Constantly, the Big Bang and black hole is the existential reality which is happening in all of us.
understanding the Paramashiva space in all of us when we are in the Paramashanta Swarupa. Paramashiva himself has come down as our Guru. Bhagavan, His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam, is a reviver of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened civilization, the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam is an avatar and a supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, temple-based university, user-friendly for the modern world. His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam survived the worst persecution in multi-level by anti-Hindu elements. Kailasa, led by His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam and his diaspora, Hindu diasporas, are working for the global peace 24/7, 365 days. His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam is a founder of Nithyananda Hindu University, which has extended campus in 150 countries. He is 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Shamalapita, Sarvanyapita and Swargapura Adinam, and a present Maharaj of Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam. Bhagavan has come down for us to understand the science of power manifestation. Science of power manifestation is authentic, time-tested, scientific and foolproof. The Veda Agamas are the Shastra Pramanas. Shastra Pramanas are the eternal, unchangeable truths revealed in the Hindu source scriptures, the Agamas, the Vedas, the Upanishads. Apta Pramanas are the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nayanamars, Alvars, Siddhas, the authority of Hinduism. They are the scientists who have time-tested and verified the science of power manifestation, living in human body and experiencing the superconsciousness and expressing that to the ultimate reality. Atma Pramanas are the avatars who have come down on planet Earth in human form for us to understand the higher reality, lifting the consciousness to the superconsciousness. Accounts of His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium avatar's personal experience of each power manifestation. They play the Leela to show how in a human body and a human mind we can experience the consciousness as the superconsciousness space for us to live as gods and goddesses. Bhagavan himself have initiated millions of disciples, devotees, followers, initiated in the science of power manifestation. Today's Shastra Pramana, Bhagavan has given us from the Vijnana Bhairav Tantra. So beautiful. Vijnana Bhairav Tantra, Sutra 37, Dharana 14. By placing subtle pressure or awareness on light energy in the eye, a spark of the flame resembles from the Trineth mark, the sacred mark between the eyebrows, the Agnya Chakra, comes before the eye within. Placing the restful awareness on this bindu, the one-pointed flame in the third eye at the crown center, it opens the heart cave. When this deep awareness reaches completion, there's an absorption in the light of ultimate consciousness, the state of Paramashiva. Bhagavan beautifully says how in the space of Ahimsa, the strategy, the intelligence, the devotion, and finally the liberation happens. Bhagavan has beautifully told about Rama, how the compassion, how the strategy of Krishna are all from the Ahimsa, and Bhagavan himself is from the space of complete, beyond the trolls the 1400 hours of hate speech. Beyond that, how he has lived and he is living and showing us there is not an iota of violence inside him. So beautifully, Sabri was a small girl and she was in the forest and she went to Madangi's ashram. Rishi Madangi told her that I'm going to leave the body and you can wait till Rama and Lakshmana come. They will come with a bow and you can serve them. You are a blessed child. She didn't understand who Rama was as she was a child herself. And she just decided what her guru said as other reality. The guru left his body and Sabri was waiting. And this was told to Sabri when Sabri was like, she has never seen Rama and Rama was never even born. She waited every day picking up flowers, setting up plate for doing the Pada Puja and the fruits for him to eat. Every single day she would go and see whether Sabri would go and see whether Rama and Lakshmana has come. And she would not see them and come back. She was doing that so many times that the kids around the village used to make fun of her, that even the grandfathers used to say the same thing, that she is asking everybody to go and check that Rama has come. The kids would make fun of her because she was years after years after years, she was just waiting for Rama to come because her guru had told that she has to wait for the blessing to happen. And one day when Rama was born and he was growing and he married Sita and he came to the forest searching of Sabri, and then he comes into the Madangi ashram, which is Sabri's ashram. The minute he came inside, Sabri was so excited to show her guru where he ate, where he slept, where he attained the liberation. And Sabri was going on telling how her guru told her that he would come and he would take the fruits. The beauty of the whole thing is she was just living her guru's words for years and years and years and years to come, just for that one beautiful space. And it says so beautifully, Rama witnessed Sabri experiencing the moksha, and it does not say Rama gave the moksha. She just last desire that Guru had told her to offer the fruits to Rama, she finished that and she got liberated. It's so beautiful when you are not questioning the Guru, but constantly not throwing a tantrum, waiting for what Guru said to become reality. The patience and the non-violence inside us opens up the Dvadashanta, the whole beautiful space of third eye, and it opens the heart cave, it says. So beautifully you get connected to Paramashiva and you become the being of the Paramashiva. When this deep awareness reaches completion, there is the absorption in the ultimate consciousness, that is the state of Paramashiva. You start experiencing the state of Paramashiva when you are in the deepest completion with your Guru, understanding whatever he is doing from the complete Paramashanta space, and he is expecting all of us to raise to that level of consciousness by doing the tyaga of the violence, depression, anger within ourselves, about ourselves, within our family, about our family, within our teams and our team leads, not questioning anybody but questioning ourselves to expand again and again into the oneness space as the ultimate reality. Bhagavan has given the Apta Pramana, Sri Krishna, who is the greatest strategizer. He asks Duryodhana and Arjuna to choose whether they want his army or Krishna. Krishna so beautifully plays the role, saying, I'm not going to help you in any way. If you want me, I'll be just your driver. That's it. But if you want my army, I have the 11 crore army and you can take that. And he says to Duryodhana, Arjuna is younger. You go ahead and choose first, Arjuna. And Arjuna says nothing he needs except Krishna. He only wanted Krishna and nothing else at all. And Duryodhana, that minute itself, it says, he felt so happy that he got the 11 crore army, but he knew he lost the war there itself. But still, he has to hold the pride, so he took the 11 crore army and left. And he knew Arjuna got the best of Krishna himself. The Atma Pramana, when Bhagavan once went to get food for prasadam for his gurus, and he was a little shy because his friends were in the line, he placed the leela of being shy and asking only for little prasadam and telling to himself that the gurus eat only that much, that's enough. The guru, when he went and gave the prasadam, they said, this is not the what we are looking for. Go ahead and do the bhiksha. Because he had the iota of, he played the leela of having the iota of shyness, little bit not fulfilling for himself. So his gurus made him do the bhiksha, that he has to go and beg for food in the same street where his grandfather had the greatest industry of rice mill. And he has to go and beg and get the food, and he did that leela. As Bhikshadana, Bhagavan himself goes and gets the Bhiksha from all of them and brings it back to the Guru. He plays this Leela to show us that how we always get shy and we get withdrawn from when we have to face the life, telling some reason of that it is not possible to give up our attachment to our identity those minutes. When we give up those identity and only have Bhagavan as our ultimate space and ultimate power, simply all that we are resisting in our life, our anger, our depression, all that makes no meaning for us, and we can simply give that away for such a beautiful space of oneness with Paramashiva, the ultimate space of oneness. Today, we have the Shakshi Pramana from Reena Ma, who has said, it's mind-boggling, I will say. I partnered with Ma Vibhu and Ma Kela, and both it had an amazing experience. In a short time, she says, she got to experience this power manifestation. And Kela Ma has replied saying, it blew this mind right out of my head. It's like cotton fabric, and the tree wood revelation was everything. And it's just, she was able to understand the deeper connection with Bhagavan. Here we have one more, the Shakshi Pramana, where she is describing the mind reading in different levels, understanding the meaning or the story or the emotional level or the concrete level of the picture or the background. Everything was revealed to her step by step beautifully, and everything was perfectly right. Here today we are going to experience the power of mind reading. The mind reading we are going to do with a partner. You can write down, you can call a partner. If you are in the Paramashiva home, you can have the Zoom partners, or you can call for a partner. You can write all the details what they are wanting to. They can have a picture, they can have a sentence, they can have a word, the thought current, whatever they want to scan. Ask them and start writing down as you see in the third eye what Bhagavan reveals, and write down the details. After the first round, you can verify it and go for the second round for the partner to express the same power with you. So please take that photo timestamp of all these details before you start and after you finish, so that it is so authentic. There is no question in your mind about a logic reason. Let's sit straight with the head, neck and back in a straight line. Remember Bhagavan in your third eye. Again and again, remembering Bhagavan in our third eye literally liberate us. Bhagavan says remembrance is liberation. Constantly, we understand that absolute unclutching from this world Doing the Tyaga, Paramashiva is your only strength, now declaring integrity with Bhagavan and experiencing the oneness space with Bhagavan. Completely declaring the only space is Bhagavan, and all other violence, irritation, frustration, depression, anger, everything do the Tyaga. It is not a one bit which is of any use. The illusion that we create with the anger, with the incompletion, is the delusion that we have to experience and get into more problems. Instead, do the Tyaga of the illusion and only have the Paramashanta space, the restful awareness space of only having Bhagavan and deep devotion and love, that Bhagavan is the ultimate consciousness, and continuously holding that the oneness space, the darshan that Bhagavan has given, and chanting the Mahavakya. Mahavakya raises your integrity. When you chant loudly and vibrate with it, your whole being starts vibrating, and you have such a oneness space happen with Bhagavan. So let's start. Have a pen, pencil, have the partner call and tell them you're going to read their mind, and they don't have to tell anything to you. Whatever they are thinking, you're going to write down the pictures, the visions, the thought currents, whatever they are viewing, you're going to write down in a piece of paper. Take a time stamp, a picture or with the time stamp, and after the cycle is over, you can call them and verify again what they were thinking is what exactly you have been revealed. The Bhagavan space that you are occupying simply reveals the highest truth, highest reality. So let's sit straight, absolute unclutching, remembering Bhagavan in your third eye. Let's start chanting. We have a 10 minutes, 11 minutes, oneness capsule now. Let's start the cycle. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Continuously chant.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vanni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the power in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. manifest in all our third eye. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vanni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the power in all our third eye. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eye. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vanni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the power in all our third eye. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Nithyananda 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 Paramashivam. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vanni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eye. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Nithyananda, so beautiful. Whatever Bhagavan has revealed, make sure authentically verify all that. Whether it's a picture, whether it is some form of thought current or words, whatever it has been revealed, please go ahead and share with other person and how it is the way they are being. Once when we scan the car for the other person, they were telling that the car is not currently there, but the car was there when they were young. Whatever their memory stores, that is what gets revealed the first. So whatever was revealed, ask them different questions. You will understand it is perfectly matching. Again and again, what Bhagavan has revealed is always beautiful and always the ultimate message for us. Again, we're going to have one more cycle of mind reading. We're going to scan the other person, the partner, for whatever is revealed in their mind, thoughts, words, pictures, or whatever is going on, the incompletions. Just go ahead and write it down. After you finish this round, verify with them what they were thinking. The mind reading is such a beautiful space. Bhagavan says how the internet is connected, how the electricity is connected. Like that, all of us are connected in the oneness space. The Paramashanta Swarupa in us opens up that space for us to connect to that space. So when you chant the Mahavakya, it raises your frequency and you have the will persistence, the space that you are in is exactly how everybody is in. All that we need to do is do the tyaga of all our incompletion. Just be in the oneness with Bhagavan continuously, intensely, and not ask him, show me this, show me that. Just ask him to reveal whatever needs to be revealed to you. And with a deep gratitude and oneness, when you ask him, it simply becomes your reality. We can't demand Bhagavan, but we can surrender to Bhagavan. Again and again, surrendering to Bhagavan will raise our frequency to the oneness space and experiencing the ultimate. So let's start the next 10-minute cycle. Intensely start chanting the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
The recording has stopped.
Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eye. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up. Manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eye. Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eye. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up. Manifest in all of us.
Nithyananda, if you're a social media user, you can go to the tinyurl.com/power manifestation and post your powerful cognition and power manifestation. If you're part of Paramashivam program, please go ahead and fill the poll. Every time Bhagavan beautifully says, when you share whatever your cognition is, when you share, that becomes more and more real. When you surrender and share and cause others reality, more and more what you understand becomes your cognition. There are so many self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred. But when we manifest the powerful cognition or power manifestation, when you manifest and you go on sharing that iota of whatever you manifested, even that to others, what you experienced, what you expressed,
into others listening, simply you will be causing your reality, that is liberating itself. So all the social media viewers can write the powerful cognition or power manifestation, pictures, videos into tinyurl.com/power manifestation. With this, let's surrender all the power manifestation and powerful cognition to Swamiji's lotus feet. And let's remember Bhagavan and end the session with the Purna mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Paduka Arpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you for participating. Please make sure you're available for the next Kailash Kotiyard Power Manifestation session. Thank you, Nithyanandam.